Hey folks, how's it going? I hope you're all doing fantastic. Hope you're all having a lovely Sunday. Hope you had a great weekend thus far. For those of you that are joining us from the stream yesterday, thanks for flying along once again. Hope you're doing great. Aloha and welcome to the beautiful island of Maui in Hawaii. We're going to be doing something that I've been thinking about doing for a while on stream. This is an idea I've had for a very, very long time, actually. IRL, and I think I've mentioned this on stream in the past, I absolutely love going to Hawaii. Ever since I went there for the first time about, 10 years or so ago, I try to go back there, at least once every 2 years if I can. Just absolutely love Hawaii, love the people here, love the food, the weather, of course, everything about Hawaii. And Hawaii, of course, has a really, really fascinating place in aviation, given that, for those of you who don't know, Hawaii, geographically, is the most isolated island chain in the world. Not one of the most, but the most isolated island chain on the planet. There's thousands of miles of ocean separating Hawaii, the Hawaiian archipelago, from almost any other island or landmass on the planet. And so aviation has an incredibly special place in Hawaiian history, and especially in keeping the Hawaiian people connected with the rest of the world. So today we're going to be doing something really fun and interesting, and that is we're going to be exploring the history of jet service, and specifically inter-island jet service in the Hawaiian Islands. So starting in 1966, Hawaiian Airlines acquired the DC-9s. They used to call them, as a lot of airlines were prone to do back in the day, they used to brand their aircraft, with a special name, right? So Hawaiian's designation for the DC-9 was the Royal Fanjet. So we're going to start off with the DC-9. We're going to fly the DC-9 from here in Maui to Kauai and Lihue. And then we're going to fly the MD-80. We're going to fast forward to the 1980s. We're going to fly the MD-80. And then we're going to fly, we're going to close off with a flight in the Boeing 717, which was the very last generational derivative of the DC-9 family of aircraft. All right, let me catch up on chat here real quick. Night Shadow, how's it going? Ben Montgomery, how you doing, Ben? Boki, how's it going? And everybody else is in chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're all doing great. Night Shadow is saying, would I ask the cabin attendants for some Kona coffee and some macadamia nuts for the passenger in seat 3A? I'm going to have that sent right over there, Night Shadow. And spam musubi is what I'm all about, actually. I love spam musubi. That's my beach food. We would stock up on spam musubi and then head down to the beach, and that would be our diet. Our food for the rest of the day until we got back to the hotel at night or the Airbnb at night. But anyway, so we're going to start off with the DC-9. Let's go ahead and hop into the flight deck here, and let's go ahead and get things set up. I'm going to get the sounds back on. Let me know if they're too loud, too low. This, by the way, is the Coolsky DC-9. It's a little bit old. Coolsky did bring their old DC-9 for FSX out in P3D version 4, I think maybe a couple of years ago, and it's incredibly well priced, by the way. It's a very, very low price. Now, obviously, it doesn't have all the bells and whistles of which you want in P3D version 5 these days, right, or version 4 these days, which is PBR, fancy textures, beautiful visuals. It doesn't have all of that, but what it doesn't have in terms of visuals, it really makes up for in terms of systems depth. This is one of the most detailed add-ons that ever came out for FSX, so I'm just going to pull up the dispatch center here. You can set up all kinds of failures. This is an incredibly well-modeled airplane. Probably still one of the best detailed well-modeled airplanes ever released for FSX and P3D for that matter. So the visuals aren't as great, but it is really kind of a hidden gem in the aircraft add-on market. Anyway, I'm just going to make sure that I have everything set up correctly here. So we're carrying 90 passengers today. The DC-9 was such a great aircraft on Hawaiian inter-island routes just because of its passenger capacity. It was just the right size for servicing, the inner island routes between the Hawaiian Islands. Well, we're carrying 90 passengers today. Let's carry about 14,500 pounds of fuel. That should be good enough. And let's go ahead and send this off to the, to the payload manager, all that jazz. So that's all sent off. And of course, you may notice there's no fancy FMC or anything like that in the flight deck. So we're going to be flying purely using VOR, VOR to VOR radials, and NDB if you need to every once in a while. That's the kind of navigation you do in the DC-9. And Jason Zhang, how's it going? Great diet, exactly. There you go, Night Shadow. Ben Montgomery was saying, fun fact, the color on the flight deck is designed to keep pilots awake for longer, apparently. Well, I would not be surprised. I mean, this powder blue, right, from back in the 60s, it's certainly, oh, the window can be open. Isn't that kind of cool? But this powder blue certainly would keep you awake. I mean, it's not a typical... It's not the kind of environment that would be conducive to putting you to sleep, right? At least not for me, anyway. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead and we'll go through our checklist here, and we'll be getting going here very, very shortly. So it's got a very helpful before start checklist, and the co-pilot, or there's a co-pilot sort of modeled by Coolsky, can help me go through these items.
Fuel quantity required on board.
Yep, we got enough. So oil and hydraulic
quantities checked.
Okay, let's get the seat belts on up here. Here we go. Let's check off that item.
Sign on. Probe windshield on. Captain on.
Okay, got that. And fuel pumps, let's make sure they're all on. They are.
Fuel pumps checked on.
Okay.
Cabin pressure panel set.
That's good enough. We might bump it up to... Oops. That's good enough, actually. Altimeters.
Set.
Set.
Radios. Set.
We're going to set that again here in a little bit once we do our departure briefing.
Takeoff warning. Checked.
All that goes in the takeoff warning is me advancing the throttles and listening to the horn there. So as long as that horn works, the takeoff warning part is complete.
Parking brake. Set or off.
Okay, and we'll do the departure brief right now. Rustic, says Night Shadow, exactly. Ben says you've been doing so many new routes down here in Gatwick. It's really good. That's awesome, Ben. That is fantastic. Obviously I'm assuming that Gatwick is way, way, way busier than what do you call it? Way busier than Edinburgh was, right? So yeah, I can imagine that's got to be a bit of a system shock at first, but it's probably got to be a lot of fun at this point. So that's fantastic. Any super interesting routes with challenging approaches there, Ben? I'm just going to pull up my iPad here. Let's talk through our departure brief, and we'll get going here in just a hot minute. Okay, got to mirror my iPad here. Give me 1 second to do that. Okay, and just going to pull up my iPad on screen for you all to see it. There we go. Okay, let's talk through our game plan. So this flight is pretty short, just about 30 minutes. We're going from Kahului in Maui all the way over to Kauai and Lihue Airport. So we're just going to be flying VOR to VOR today. So very, very straightforward. Let me go ahead and pull up the en route IFR chart here so you can see what the routing is. So essentially we're going to be flying to the Lanai VOR, Lanai City VOR. From Lanai City VOR, we're going to proceed on the 278 radial outbound from Lanai on the Victor 16 airway towards Gecko. And then we're going to continue on the Victor 16 airway using the 291 radial, or correction, actually the 111 radial inbound to South Kauai VOR to the NAPUA fix. At NAPUA, we'll expect vectors for the ILS 35 into Lihue. So that's basically our game plan. Pretty straightforward today. our departure procedure is going to be the Maui 5 departure. So again, very, very old-fashioned, right? We got to use, this is a slant whiskey operation, obviously, so we got to use, you know, VORs and SIDs that are non-RNAV, obviously. So we're going to do the Maui 5 departure. Essentially, we're going to take off, fly in a heading of 360, so I'm going to set my heading bug here to 360 in the cockpit. So heading bug set at 360. And at a certain point, right, if we were flying online, I'm not going to on this flight, obviously, but ATC would give us vectors to intercept the 038 radial inbound to Lanai. So you see where there's that left-hand turn there? And essentially what this SID does is it takes us around all the high mountains on the west side of Maui. There's even higher mountains on the east side of Maui. Actually, we've got a massive volcano called HOKLA, which is a real, you know, you can actually drive all the way up to the top of HOKLA, which is super awesome. There's a paved road going all the way up to the summit. But, you know, we're going to be going to the west here. We should have some gorgeous views, actually, of HOKLA and the mountains on the west side during our departure. During our left turnout, eventually we're going to intercept the 038 radial inbound to Lanai, and we're just going to proceed direct to Lanai. So I'm going to make sure I tune in the reverse of that radial, which is the 218 radial, or the 218 course, rather, inbound to Lanai. So I've got that tuned in. Yep, that's good. All right, so that's basically it. And let's take a look at the METAR here at Kahului real quick. It's pretty gusty, folks. It's really gusty. Winds are 06020 gusting to 28. Visibility is good. It's 10 statute miles. Few clouds 2000, scattered 4500. Temperature 28, dew point 21. Altimeter is 3003. These are the kind of conditions you typically get this time of the year in the Hawaiian Islands, and it's pretty gusty and windy and a little cloudy, you know, over most of the islands today. So yeah, that's basically it. And whoops, I pulled up the wrong airport chart. Maui is what we want to look at. So we're at the terminal here. I love this really kind of, you know, this isn't kind of your super old-fashioned terminal. We're going to see that when we fly into Kona later. But I do love the look of this terminal. You know, if you've ever flown into Maui, it's really, really awesome. The views of HOKLA from the terminal, if you look out this way from the terminal, the views of HOKLA are just absolutely stunning. Wow, look at that. The views from this terminal are really, really amazing. Got a Hawaiian A330 there taxiing out. Okay, but anyway, we're at the terminal. We're going to push back. Actually, we're going to power back. We're going to start the engines at the gate the way they used to way back in the day in the late 60s, early 70s. We're going to push back onto or power back onto Alpha. Then we're going to taxi via Alpha Charlie to hold short of 2 for departure. We did our departure chart briefing, so we got all that. We got our weather. So that's basically our departure brief. So let's go ahead and hide the iPad away. Don't need that anymore. Give me one moment here to hide it away. Oops. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Cam A321, how's it going? Night Shadow says beautiful location, especially at sunset. Absolutely, Night Shadow. And I'm sorry, folks, I'm just trying to catch up on chat here. Ben says you went to... Give me 1 second here, folks. Let me just make sure that the stream is still working. Okay, it is. It was saying no data. I don't know why. Okay, we're just going to disregard that. Hopefully it's still working. Okay, let me get some chill music on here, and we'll get going in just a hot minute here. Gonna close that off. Gonna close that off, and we'll go through a checklist here. Here we go. It's gonna tone that down just a little bit so it's barely a murmur in the background. So we got the chill music on. All right, let's go ahead and hide that away, and we'll get going here. GNEA, I'm doing great. How about yourself? Okay, first thing we want to do here is go ahead and close our doors. So let me do that real quick. Night Shadow says in Lahaina you got to see the banyan trees. I'm not sure if I've seen it before, actually. Night Shadow, what island is Lahaina on again? I'm trying to remember. Is it on Maui? Okay, let's go close the cargo doors there. We'll go outside here just so you can see the doors being closed. Whoops, hold on. Okay, doors being closed. And let's go ahead and retract the air stairs, close the aft stairs. Alright, so you're going to see all this stuff close up. The DC-9, of course, was one of the original, short-haul airliners, right, way back in the day. And so it came equipped with aft stairs and air stairs. So you're seeing the aft stairs close back there. And, one second. I want to make sure I close the forward stairs as well. There we go. Forward stairs closing right now. Aft stairs. I think in order to close the aft stairs... Why are the aft stairs going back and forth? I'm not sure. One second. I want to make sure that actually I've got sufficient hydraulic pressure, so let me go ahead and make sure I've got my hydraulic pump on aux there. Whoops. Okay. That should hopefully close it. Yeah, that did the trick. Okay. You need hydraulic pressure in order to be able to close those aft stairs there. Okay, let's go ahead and start up the engines here. So let's bring that checklist back up. Raptor Aviation, how's it going? Night Shadow's on Maui. That's
Departure
awesome,
review.
Night Shadow. Okay, departure review complete. Okay. Anti-collision lights can be turned on at this point. Let's go ahead and turn them on. Anti-collision lights coming on. Alright.
Anti-collision lights on.
Ignition can be set to both. There we go.
Ignition.
Air conditioning
A, B,
supply
or both.
off. There we go.
Air conditioned supply. Pneumatic crossfeed. Pressure. Open. Checked.
Yep, we're good there.
Before start checklist. Complete. After start checklist.
Okay, before start check, start up the engines. Pretty straightforward start procedure here. I'm not sure if there's a chrono to activate. I don't think there is, so we're going to hold off on that. But pretty straightforward procedure here to start up. We're just going to go start valve open on the right engine. There we go.
Right engine.
So we're starting up the right engine. I'm going to look for N2 to hit maximum motoring, about 20%. So there's an N2 rise there. All steam gauges, obviously, in this airplane. Very, very old school. So we're just going to wait for N2 to continue rising there. There we go. It passed 20%. At 20%, I can go ahead and move the fuel control lever into the on position. And we should have this engine starting up here. We got N1. Fuel flow. And that engine should stabilize in just a little bit here. Ben says you gotta run. Absolutely, Ben. I'm gonna look into that, Ben, for sure. Thanks for hanging out so far. We'll catch you next time, Ben. You take care. Have a good time down in London and Gatwick. Enjoy your flying adventures, my friend. Thanks for hanging out today. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Ben is a real-world A320 pilot, one of our fantastic mods in this channel. He's a real-world Airbus pilot in the UK, and he's actually got a Twitch channel. So make sure to give Ben a follow on his Twitch channel. Actually, one second, I got to make sure I got my chatbot working first. Otherwise, my command is not going to work. So I'm going to pull up Ben's Twitch channel here in a second. But let's go ahead and start up the left engine here. So let's close the guard on the start valve for the start switch for the right engine. Let's go ahead and start up the left engine. So there we go. Once again, if you're getting an overwhelming sense of deja vu, that's because we just did this with the right engine. Same process for the left engine. Start switch on. We're going to watch N2 rise there. Once we get a 20% maximum motoring, we're going to move the fuel control switch into the run position. There we go. And we're going to watch this one start up as well. This time we'll watch it from the outside. Alright. Just going to connect chatbot here while that's going on in the background. That way I can access my commands. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Just gonna give you a link here to Ben's channel. There we go. Hopefully that command works.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
But feel free to give Ben a follow on his channel. Ben is a great streamer, and he happens to be a real-world Earth A320 pilot as well, which is great. Okay, we're all set here. Let's go up top here, close the start guard there, the start switch guard. Let's check that we have ample amps and volts on both the left and right generators. That's fantastic. And let's go through our checklist here. So annunciator panel, checked.
Annunciator panel, checked.
Ignition can be turned off.
Ignition, off. Engine anti-ice, on or off.
Engine anti-ice off. Electrical system, we've checked.
Electrical system, checked.
Let's get the packs to auto there. Galley power can be turned on. There we go.
Air conditioning supply, auto.
And let's go down to the hydraulic panel here, or the hydraulic pump switches, and let's get these to on, on, high, and on. On, high, and on. So the alternate hydraulic pump is on, engine hydraulic pumps to high, and auxiliary hydraulic pump to on. And I'm watching for the hydraulic pressure to go in the green, or the high green band. There's a low green band and a high green band if you look at the hydraulic pressure gauges there. I want it in the high green band, around 3000 psi for takeoff, so we got that.
Hydraulic system, on, high, on, check.
Okay.
Door
and
lights
then
and lock.
door lights
checked.
locked, checked. Shoulder harness is on.
After start checklist, complete before takeoff checklist.
Okay, after start checklist is complete. Let's go ahead and do our power back here, rather. So power back procedure is pretty straightforward. Just gonna check behind us, make sure that there's nobody there. We're good. That's great. Let's go ahead and release the parking brake, and let's start powering back here. So power back procedure is really straightforward. Essentially, I'm just going to slowly bring in reverse thrust until the airplane starts moving. So very, very straightforward. This was back in the day when planes were planes and they could actually reverse under their own power. Actually, that's not entirely true. There were very, very few planes that could do that. And the DC-9 family of aircraft were one of the very few types of aircraft that could actually do this back in the day. The DC-9 in Hawaiian Airlines history, by the way, very, very interestingly, had 2 stints at Hawaiian Airlines. So from the 1960s, late 1960s until 1981, it takes a lot of power to get us reversed or get us backing up here, because the ground friction characteristics are not very well modeled.
Released.
There we go. It takes a lot of thrust there just to overcome the ground friction. So now I gotta back off the reverse thrust to make sure we don't go back too fast. That's good enough. That's a good speed. Jason says you can do it in your old Falcon 900. There you go, Jason. Jason, hold on a second. I'm trying to remember now. Jason, didn't we talk via email a while back? Are you the Jason Jang that was that works for Dassault Falcon Jet? I think you're an instructor, right? I think you fly for Dassault, if I'm not mistaken. And apologies if I'm revealing something on stream I shouldn't be, but I'm trying to remember if we talked via email. I think we did. If you are that Jason, welcome back. It's good to see you, Jason. Oh, you are. That's awesome. Okay, Jason. That's fantastic. Jason, out of curiosity, do you happen to own the Falcon 50 from Fly Somewhere in Prepared? If so, what do you think of it? I think the last time we spoke, I'm not sure you had that. Okay, I'm just going to set my takeoff speed bugs here, and we'll get going in just a hot minute. Jason says all good. That's awesome. Okay, that's great. I was like, you know how sometimes when you're streaming and you're just going, stream of consciousness, and you're not sure if you just said something you shouldn't have said, but I'm glad that was all good. Okay, let's go flaps 15 here.
Flaps extended, flaps 5.
Flaps 15.
Flaps 15.
Okay, wing landing lights into the off position, and nose lights can be turned on for taxi, and let's start taxiing down the runway here. We'll do our before takeoff checklist as we head down. Make sure we got our stab trim set there. That's looking good. Okay.
Standby horizon and flight instruments. Checked.
Yep. Everything is looking good there.
Stabilizer, trim tabs. 0 and 0.
Yep.
Flaps, slats. Blue light.
Yep, we got that.
Takeoff data and EPR. Set.
Yep.
Takeoff warning. Checked.
Yep, we're good. No takeoff
Air conditioning
warning.
Auto shut off. ARM.
Air conditioning auto shut off arm. I gotta do that. I think that's it right there, right? Actually, let's get the APU air off. Let's get the APU off as well. Don't need that anymore. And I gotta get the anti-skid on as well. Okay, let's get that on. Anti-skid is armed. Let's make sure we check the flight controls here. Full left, full right, full up, full down. And we'll check the rudder once we're stopped, because that's connected.
Anti-skid.
That's
arm.
connected to the nose wheel steering. We don't have a separate steering tiller, unfortunately. Model in this airplane. Okay, anti-skid is armed. APU is off.
On or off.
And then flight controls, we did full left, full right. Of course, this airplane, you do have, control tabs, right? Control tabs on the ailerons. You can see the control tab on the aileron there. In addition to that, you've got hydraulically operated spoilers as well for roll control on this airplane. And then, if you look at the elevator, you've got control tabs in the elevators as well. That's pretty cool. So those only work, by the way, if you have sufficient airflow over the elevator. And then you've also got like an additional safety thing, which is if you go full down in the control tab, the control tabs can be or there can be some hydraulic sort of backup there on the elevator just to alleviate, because if you have a deep stall in this airplane, right, there might not be enough airflow, and so having a little bit of hydraulic backup there helps in the event of like a deep stall type situation. And lastly, let's do our rudder pedals. Haven't done that just yet. So let's do the rudder pedals. Full left, full right. That shouldn't be doing that either, I think, because that's also... Wait, is that hydraulic? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's go ahead and check that item off.
Checked.
Okay, that item is checked off.
Annunciator panel checked.
Annunciator panel is checked.
Takeoff briefing complete.
Takeoff briefing completed.
Fuel quantity required
Checked.
on board. Takeoff announcement
Completed.
Radar transponder normal on.
Let's go ahead and get our transponder on. Let's get the weather radar on. Transponder on. Weather radar on. There we go. Okay. Alright, that's good. And ignition at both.
Both.
There we go.
Before takeoff check, after takeoff checklist.
Okay, before takeoff checklist is complete, let's get going here. Jason says you don't have it. It doesn't look very good. Yeah, I understand, Jason. It's a bit out of date for sure. Alex says, Alex, how's it going? First of all, Alex says, nice DC-9. Where did I get it? Alex, it's from a company called Coolsky. Coolsky. If you look up Coolsky DC-9, you can find that on Google very, very easily. This is a really old add-on aircraft for FSX way back in the day, and then I think a couple of years ago, Coolsky ported it over to P3D version 4, and so it's very inexpensive. At least the last time I checked, and it's, as I was mentioning at the beginning of the stream, it's one of the most in-depth simulations of a DC-9 ever. I would argue personally that it's comparable, in my opinion, to the system's depth of the Leonardo flight, the Maddog. It's very in-depth. You've got a flight center here. You can set up a whole bunch of failures, and all of these are modeled in intricate detail. It's really well done, and it's incredibly inexpensive. Anyway, we're ready to go here. Let's get going. Let's set takeoff power, and we'll get airborne. Let's very quickly here, folks, for those of you that have been on our streams recently, you're aware probably that we do have a check captain on board, and he's here to monitor all the intricate aspects of our flight operations today. Let's check in with our check captain real quick. Let's see how he's doing, if he's ready for the departure. Let's check in with our check captain real quick. Why is my iPad remote? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he's ready. He's got his bucket of popcorn as usual. He's always good to see. Okay, let's get going here. Let's get going. Okay, let's set takeoff power. We don't have an auto throttle in this airplane, obviously. It's pretty old school, so just going to advance the throttles until I hit that bug I've got set on the EPR there. On the EPR gauges. Tango Whiskey, how's it going, Tango? Haven't seen your name in a while. I'm doing great, Tango. How about yourself? How's life treating you? Okay, we got a stiff cross there from the right that the airplane is trying to weather Wayne into. There's 80 knots. Takeoff power is set. About 1.85 EPR, I think.
Rotate.
V1 and then rotate.
V2. V2 plus 10.
Positive rate.
Positive rate of climb. Gear up.
Gear up. Okay, we're departing beautiful Maui, Hawaii, folks. Look at that, that's beautiful. This is Hawaii Photoreal, by the way. Just absolutely fantastic freeware scenery for the Hawaiian Islands. Just absolutely amazing. Let's turn to heading of 360 on the departure here. So we'll turn left now to heading of 360. And of course, we got a very, very rudimentary autopilot system, as we're going to see here in just a minute. Night Shadow, absolutely. The TWA paint is really good as well, I agree. Okay, we're through 1,500 feet there. Let's go ahead and back off the throttle. Let's set climb power. I think climb power is about 1.8 EPR. And let's go ahead and start bringing the nose down a little bit here. Let's lower our rate of climb and accelerate to 250 knots for our departure. Let's get the flaps to flaps 5.
Flaps retracted.
And I think we can retract the slats as well at this point.
Up, slats retracted.
Want to make sure I don't start descending. I'm supposed to be climbing. Okay, there we go. All right, we're doing great here. Sorta. We're doing sorta great. Okay. And it's got a very, very rudimentary autopilot as well, as you're going to see here in just a little bit. But let's go ahead and start turning left now, so that we can start working our way towards the 038 radial inbound to Lanai. So I'm going to start turning right here for that, or left here for that. Don't want to mix up your left and right. I want to pull up my autopilot
1,000 to go.
Window there, just so I have access to that. There we go. And let's go ahead and roll our altitude selector. Where is it? There it is. Okay. I want to roll this all the way up to a cruising flight level of 220 today. Oops. I'll sort that out here in just a second. Okay, climbing through the clouds here. This airplane keeps you pretty busy. Very, very rudimentary autopilot, no auto throttle, and it's very, very, it's definitely a little bit overpowered. It's got a lot of thrust, so, okay, there we go. Now I'm at a point where I can start engaging things. Let's go ahead and engage the autopilot servos there. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and go into IAS hold mode. And we can hold 250 knots in the climb. And I want to hold my selected heading here. So I want to set my heading bug to, let's say, about 280 there. Let's get heading select. There we go. Okay, autopilot's doing its thing. By the way, the reason I've got my autopilot window up there is because the real autopilot in this airplane is down here, right? And so it's a little, in the real airplane, obviously, it's pretty easy to fiddle with those knobs using your right hand while you're flying the airplane from the left seat. But in the sim, I need to have this in front of me. So that's why we got that there. Okay, you can see that, got a little bit of a stutter here, it looks like, but you can see that we've got the CDI needle there starting to center, indicating that we're about to intercept the 038 radial inbound to Lanai, which is exactly what we want. So while that's going on, let me go ahead and roll my altitude selector up here to 220, which is going to be our cruising flight level today. And let's go to nav loc mode on the autopilot. There we go. The autopilot should now start intercepting the 038 radial inbound to Lanai. There we go. Let me catch up on chat here real quick. Raptor was asking, what's the difference between the DC-9 717 MD-80? Raptor, stick around. We're gonna see all of those differences over the course of the stream. So stick around, and we're gonna see all of that. Okay, let's get the landing lights off there, and let's go ahead and accelerate at this point to let's say 280 knots. Okay, so in order to do this, I got to go back into vertical speed mode and reduce my rate of climb here so that I can accelerate to 280, then I can turn on IAS hold mode in the climb once again. So yeah, this airplane keeps you super busy, obviously. It's not an easy airplane to fly, especially if you're flying in single pilot. Okay, let's lower our rate of climb just a little bit more there. That way we can continue accelerating. Let's see, what else did I miss? Is there radar modeled in the DC-9, says Night Shadow. Night Shadow, there is a weather radar there. I'm not sure how well it's modeled, though. I think all it shows is clouds, but I could be mistaken. I haven't really played around with it that much, to be honest. Okay, let's go back into IAS hold mode there, and let's go ahead and hide away that window, and let's go ahead and do our checklist. So after takeoff checklist, gear flaps, slats.
Up, lights out.
There we go. Ignition.
On or off.
Ignition off.
Fuel pumps. 4 or 6 on.
Fuel pumps are on.
Air conditioning auto, shut off, pressure. Override, checked.
Override, yep.
Annunciator panel.
Annunciator panel is checked. Yep.
Hydraulic system. After takeoff, check preliminary landing checklist.
Okay, one thing I forgot to do actually is I've got to go here, and I want to make sure that I turn off a couple of things. I can move these back into the off, low, and off position for now. There we go. Okay, so we're climbing out at 280 knots, climbing through 14,200 there. As we climb higher, I can bump the throttle up a little bit, because our max continuous thrust can obviously increase as we get higher. Okay, we're doing great here. Climbing through the clouds. Let's see if we can capture some views of Maui below us. Wow, look at that. That's the western side of the island of Maui below us. All of those buildings that you see down there through some gaps in the clouds, by the way, are all the resorts on the island of Maui. The western side is a lot, it's pretty popular. I think Lahaina, which Night Shadow was mentioning earlier, right? That's over on the other side. Not on the other side of HOKLA, but towards the eastern side of the island. That's pretty popular as well. I've only stayed on the western side on my visits to Maui. Night Shadow was asking, Night Shadow, I would never claim to be proficient in these aircraft for sure. I think I don't know, maybe being an IRL pilot and being an engineer helps a little bit, right? For me, it's pretty easy to digest the information in a very, very quick way. And also, one thing that helps me is that I have the kind of mind that's very, very quick on picking up on similarities between things. So, I fly the Leonardo Maddog a lot, right? Because I love that add-on. And the DC-9 is essentially the granddaddy of the MD-80. So a lot of the systems, there's a lot of systems commonality, obviously, especially if you look at the overhead. The overhead is essentially the same between the DC-9 and the MD-80. There's a few differences here and there, obviously, but the overhead is essentially the same. So when you have that kind of commonality, that obviously helps a little bit. Okay, we're through transition there. Let's go ahead and reset altimeters 29902, and we're going to continue our climb up to flight level 220. Now, this airplane does not have an altitude capture mode on the autopilot, so I got to make sure as we're coming up on flight level 220 to start reducing my rate of climb so that we can level off at flight level 220, and then I got to back off the throttle in order to level off as well so that I don't overspeed the airframe. So there you go. it's a lot of work. But coming back to Raptor, to your question about the differences, essentially the MD-80 started out life as a DC-9 Super 30. So even to this day, by the way, if you're a pilot and you decide to get an MD-80 type rating, there's no such thing as an MD-80 type rating on your pilot certificate. What'll get put on your pilot certificate is a DC-9 type rating. So that goes to show you the level of commonality between the DC-9 and the MD-80. There's a lot of commonality there. And as well, so essentially, if you look at the history of these airplanes, right, the DC-9 came out in the 60s, and the MD-80, one second, let me turn down the audio volume on the chill music there down just a little bit. We want the music to help us chill, not become unchill. But the MD-80 started out as became a more modernized, stretched version of the DC-9, obviously with newer engines and all that jazz. 1,000 to go here. Let's go back into vertical speed mode and let's start rolling our rate of descent down, or rate of climb down a little bit there, so that we can level off at flight level 220. So basically, I'm just controlling vertical speed using the autopilot here to level off at flight level 220. Look at that, we've climbed above the clouds here. This looks beautiful. Night shadow, absolutely. Okay, we'll level off at flight level 220 here. Want to roll my rate of climb down until it's basically 0 in the altitude hold detent as we hit flight level 220, which is coming up in just a little bit here. There we go. Okay, leveling off, flight level 220. That's great. Okay, let's go ahead and hide the autopilot panel there, and let's go ahead and back off the throttle just a little bit to stay below, the barber pole there and our max airspeed. So I think about 1.7, 1.65 EPR maybe should be good enough to keep us below red line there on the airspeed indicator. But that's great. So now we're heading towards. Actually, we already sailed right past Maui. I was so focused on the climb or right past Lanai City VOR. I was so focused on the climb that I totally neglected that. So let's start turning towards. The northwest there. So I'm going to go to heading select mode. We'll start turning towards the northwest, and we'll intercept the Victor 15 airway, the 278 radial outbound from Lanai. So let's go ahead and tune that in. Totally lost track of where we were in relation to Lanai City VOR. Again, there's no fancy FMC, GPS, etc. on this airplane, so it's very, very easy to lose track of what you're doing if you're not paying close enough attention. This is why you have a second pilot on the airplane. Okay, so we're going to turn to about that heading there. Hopefully that should bring us back on track. Actually, you know what? Let's turn back considerably. I'm going to turn to heading at like 350 initially. And once we start seeing that needle starting to center, we can go ahead and start turning inbound at the or outbound rather in the 278 radial. Okay, so we'll do that real quick. So we can't. There's Lanai. I can see it kind of peeking out through some a gap in the clouds there. But we sailed right past Lanai, but there's Lanai right there. So we got to turn back to join the 278 radial outbound from Lanai City VOR. There we go. Okay. Want to back off the throttle there a little bit, maybe down to 1.6 EPR. As you can see, where the airspeed indicator is closing in on barber pole there. Don't want it to overspeed. Don't want to overspeed the airplane here. Okay, we're doing good. And then Raptor to continue down or to continue with the thought I had earlier, the 717 was essentially the very last sort of generational iteration of the DC-9 family of aircraft. So they took the MD-90 essentially, they shortened it. So that was the MD-95, and they had a full glass cockpit setup in it. That was the 717. And the story is that essentially when Boeing acquired McDonnell Douglas in the late 90s, You know, obviously, they had to make some decisions on which aircraft that McDonnell Douglas had in production they still wanted to stay with. They decided to get rid of everything, basically. The MD-11 and, you know, all the other aircraft programs, commercial aircraft programs at McDonnell Douglas. And the only aircraft they kept was the MD-95. So at that point, right, Boeing realized that the one aircraft designation, you know, they never ended up using, right? Starting with the 707 going all the way to the 777 at the time. The one aircraft designation they never ended up using was the 717. So they decided to give the MD-95 the 717 designation. And that's how we ended up with the 717-200. But basically, it is a very, very modernized, you know, super sophisticated, you know, technologically sophisticated DC-9. That's what the MD-95 is. As well, you know, it's got much more efficient turbofan engines that were derived, I think, from the engines on the MD-90, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, but here we go. We're again, I got to make sure I keep better track of where we are in relation to the radials. But we sailed through the radial there a little bit, but we're coming back on it here. So we're going to rejoin the 278 radial, and we'll fly that outbound until we get to a fix called Gecko. At Gecko, we're going to go ahead and intercept the 291 radial inbound to the South Kauai VOR. So that's going to be our plan. Okay. And it is really kind of cloudy over the Hawaiian Islands, unfortunately, which is typically the situation, you know, this time of year. But there's some of that fantastic photoreal scenery back there. We've got, I'm pretty sure that's the island of, that's actually Molokai there. So that's the island of Molokai. That's a really, really interesting island as well. All of the Hawaiian Islands, by the way, have their own sort of like distinct kind of, you know, cultural flavor, their own sort of like distinct personalities. They're all very, very unique in their own way. The Molokai has been nicknamed the Friendly Isle, and it's a really, really, you know, interesting island for sure. I've actually flown myself in there in a little Cessna 172, along with some friends, to both Molokai Airport and as well to Kalaupapa Airport, and then we flew along the sea cliffs on the north shore of Molokai, which is just absolutely amazing. In fact, in some prior streams, I think I've actually shared some pictures from flying a 172 along those sea cliffs, which was just amazing. Okay, now we're finally getting back on track on that what do you call it? On that radial, 278 radial outbound from Lanai City. So we're just going to continue on this track here for another. Let's see, 22 plus 19, so another, you know, 41 nautical miles. At that point, we'll intercept the 291 radial inbound to South Kauai. Actually, correction, the 111, the opposite of 291, to the South Kauai VOR. So that's going to be our plan. All right, we're doing good. One other thing we want to do, obviously, is airplanes, since we don't have an FMC, we don't have a top of descent. Any ability to calculate our top of descent using the electronics in the airplane, we got to estimate that all ourselves, right? So let's go ahead and figure that out. So just going to quickly here pull up the iPad once again, and let's talk about the arrival here. I'm going to pull up the iPad on screen here. Just give me a hot minute to do that. Takes a little while to set things up. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to pull up the iPad on screen. Okay, there we go. So we are on the 278 radial, as I mentioned, outbound from the Lanai City VOR. We're continuing on to this fix called Gecko. At Gecko, we're going to intercept the 111 radial inbound to the South Kauai VOR. Frequency is 115.4. And at NAPUA there, NAPUA is when we want to start, you know, essentially our descent or not our descent, but NAPUA is where we want to intercept the 3.5 or join the ILS 3.5 approach to Lihue. So that's about 13 plus, you know, maybe about 13 plus 10, let's say. So about 23 miles from the South Kauai we are is when, you know, I want to be at the altitude I want to be at NAPUA. So NAPUA, let's see, there it is. It's 18, actually it's 18.7 DME from the South Kauai VOR, right there, 18.7 DME. So I'm gonna write that down real quick. So I want to be at NAPUA, let's say about 3,000 feet. So we'll aim to be at NAPUA around 3,000 feet. So we're at flight level 220 at the moment. So that means 22 minus 3, that gives us 19. So 19 times 3. I'm trying to do my top and descent calculation here. 19 times 3, that's 57. And I'm going to add a fudge factor to that of, let's say, 6. So I want to start my descent about 63 miles out from NAPUA. So 63 plus 18.7, that'll give me the distance I want to reference off the South Kauai VOR for our top of descent. So 63 plus 18.7 gives us about 82 nautical miles. So once I see a readout of 82 nautical miles from the South Kauai VOR, that's when I want to start my descent. And let's see, do I have any sort of ground speed indication on here? No, obviously you did not. That kind of makes sense. Why would I have a ground speed readout on this thing, right? So I'm just going to estimate about a 2,500 foot per minute descent. I think that should be good enough. So we'll start at 2,500 foot per minute descent and adjust accordingly, depending on how high or low we feel we are on the trajectory we're looking for. So that's going to be our plan. All right, folks. Where are we right now in relation to Gecko? Okay, we're coming up on Gecko here in just a little bit. So let's talk about the ILS 3.5 here. So ILS 3.5, frequency is 110.9er, final approach course 349er. So from NAPUA, we're proceeding, you know, no procedure turn required from NAPUA onto Morka. Morka at 3,000, and then we'll intercept the intercept the localizer, descend down to 1900 at Kule. At Kule, we'll go down the glide slope. Decision altitude is going to be 296 feet, so I'm going to set my decision altitude bug here to about 300. Whoops. There we go, that's good enough, 300. Visibility minimum of half a statute mile. Airport elevation 153 feet. MSAs within 25 nautical miles of the Lihue we are, 6,500 feet to the northwest, 3,500 feet to the south east. And let's see. In case we need to go amiss, we're going to climb to 600 feet, then a climbing right turn to 3,000 feet outbound on the Lihue VOR 070 radial. Continue on to Crean, 12 DME from Lihue, and hold there. There we go. And we're probably going to land on 3.5, depending on the winds. If the winds are strong enough, we might circle to land on 3, but we'll see what happens. So there we go. Let's go ahead and hide the iPad away for now. Don't need that anymore. We'll check on the winds once we initiate our descent here. One second here to pull some things up. Okay, there we go. Got all that. Let's see, where are we in relation to Gecko? We're at Gecko basically at this point. So let's go ahead and tune in. First of all, let's pull up the autopilot control there. Let's go back to the turn knob position. And let's go ahead and tune in the South Kauai VOR, which is the frequency is 115.4. So I'm going to tune that in, 115.4. And let's go ahead and put in the 291 course there. 291. Let's go ahead and join that. So let's go ahead and put the autopilot back in a nav loc mode, and now we're flying the 291 course, the 111 radial inbound to South Kauai. And you can see the DME readout there has us just below 80 nautical miles, so we should go ahead and start our descent. So to start our descent here, let's go back into the autopilot and let's go to vertical speed mode. I'm going to back off the throttle here and let's descend at about 2,500 feet per minute. So that's going to be what we aim for here. How's everybody in chat doing? I noticed people became very, very quiet. Maybe everybody's just being super respectful, given how intense it is to fly this airplane, right? It's a lot to do, a lot to do. Okay, I'm going to reduce my rate of, or increase my rate of descent here down to 2,500 feet per minute, approximately. And there we go. And I'm going to back off the throttle here. I'm going to aim for about, 300 knots in the descent. Okay, there we go. And I want to descend down to 3,000 feet, so I'm going to roll my altitude alert selector there down to 3,000. Oops, ran right past it. There we go, 3,000. And I want to shallow my rate of descent there just a little bit. All right, there we go. That's good enough. Okay, let's go ahead and hide the autopilot window away for now. There we go. Okay, and let's go ahead and what else did I want to do? I wanted to set up, go through the checklist here for preliminary landing. So preliminary landing checklist, seatbelt sign can be turned on. There we go.
Seatbelt sign.
Cabin pressure panel, checked and set.
Cabin pressure panel.
And then hydraulic system, we want to go ahead and switch those switches back into the on, high, and on positions. So alternate hydraulic pump goes to on, engine hydraulic pumps go to high, and aux hydraulic pump goes to on as well. So let's check that item off.
Hydraulic system, on, high, on, check.
Altimeters, we're through transition there. Let's go ahead and look at our METAR at Lihue. Altimeter's 3009er. So let's set 3009er there. There we go. That's
altimeters set.
Landing data and EPR. I want to pull up my landing speed bugs here. So that's going to be our estimated landing weight, about 89,000 pounds. Let's aim for a flaps 40. Actually, let's do a flaps 25 landing. So I'm going to set my speed bugs there for a flaps 25 landing. Approach speed is going to be 131 knots. I want to add my my wind correction here. So let's take a look at the METAR at Lihue real quick. Winds are, so we can have a crosswind, 050 at 14. I think we can land on 35 just fine with that crosswind. 050 at 14, visibility 9 statute miles, view class 2900, scattered 3500, ceilings overcast 4700. Temperature 26, dew point 21, altimeter 3009er. We've got the METAR at Lihue. So 050 at 14. So let's go ahead and add, probably just need to add like, maybe about 5 knots. So I'm going to aim for about 100. Let's see. I think this is like 136, maybe 135, 136 knots should be good enough for our final approach speed with flaps 25. So speed bugs are set, and yeah, we're doing good there. So let's go ahead and check that item off.
DPR set.
Shore harness is on.
On.
We've done our approach briefing, more or less.
Preliminary landing checklist complete.
Preliminary landing checklist is complete. Just to make things easier on myself, I'm going to move the ignition selector to both right now, and we'll do the rest of the landing checklist when we're established on the approach. Okay, so basically we're about 15 miles out from the VOR, right? The South Kauai VOR, and we're looking for 18.7, about 19 DME, where at which point we'll be at NAPUA. So I want to be at 3,000 by the time I get to about 19 DME. So I'm just going to continue descending here. I might want to increase my rate of descent just a little bit to help myself out. Where's my autopilot window? There it is. Shift 6, I believe. Okay, I'll steepen my rate of descent there a little bit, and I'm going to slow down to 250 knots. That's the gear horn there. The airplane doesn't like it when I reduce thrust to idle without the gear down. Just going to roll my speed selector there down to our approach speed. There we go. Let's get enough. All right. How's everybody doing in chat? Everybody went super quiet all of a sudden. All right. Continuing our descent here, coming up on 10,000. Let's go ahead and get the speed brake out there just to help us slow down to 250 knots. And I can probably shallow my rate of descent here a little bit. There we go. It's going to shallow my rate of descent there. And as we cross through 10,000 there, let's go and get the landing lights on. Might as well get the nose lights on right now so I don't forget later. Usually turn that on when you get the landing gear down because they have no effect otherwise. Okay, there we go. True 10,000, below 250 knots. Going to increase my rate of descent there, and as needed, I got the speed brakes out to slow down if we find ourselves going through 250 knots while descending. Okay. Okay, you see the DME readout there? It says 40 nautical miles, coming up on 39 now. So we still got, we got about 20 miles to go before we hit NAPUA. I want to be at 3,000 feet in NAPUA. At this rate of descent, I think we should be okay, but just to help myself out here, I'm going to get the speed brake out once again. Jesus, how's it going? Sorry, Streamlabs doesn't like a whole bunch of... Jesus, sorry about that. Streamlabs does not like a whole bunch of emojis all at once. But thank you for the sunglasses smiley-faced emojis. That's my favorite emoji, actually. I love the sunglass smiley-face emoji. That's a good one. Okay. So folks, obviously we're flying in Hawaii, and Kona coffee is my favorite type of coffee. Let's take a swig of Kona coffee here for good luck. And let's go now to a live shot in the cockpit, folks, of the intense preparations that are going on in the cockpit, which involve imbibing Kona coffee, a lot of aloha and good vibes to get ready for this gusty this intense crosswind landing. Let's go now to a live shot in the cockpit. There we go. Okay, so that's what goes on in the cockpit right before landing. Lots of Kona coffee being chugged and imbibed in preparation for landing. I'm going to shallow my rate of descent here because I'm absolutely certain now that I'm going to make 3,000 feet at NAPUA. Okay, at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to heading select mode. I'm going to set my current heading bug to my current heading at the moment. I'm going to turn on the heading select. Actually, let's go to turn knob there. Let's turn on the heading select mode. There we go. And as we come up on 3,000, what I want to do is tune in the ILS frequency for runway 35. So ILS frequency is 110.9er. Let me go ahead and tune that in. 110.9er. There we go, 110.9er. And I want to go ahead and tune my course, or set my course there to the ILS final approach course at 349er. So I'm going to set that. There we go. And so as soon as I hit NAPUA, basically I'm going to continue on this heading, right? I'm going to continue on this heading until I intercept the ILS localizer. So let me shallow my rate of descent here a little bit as we come up on 3,000, and we'll level off at 3,000 feet. So as you can see, we're about 23 miles out from Kauai, or Lihue Airport, on the island of Kauai. And we're getting below the clouds here. That's great. Night Shadow says Kona coffee. how do you drink it? Black? Night Shadow, it's black. Black is the way to go with Kona coffee. I feel like milk, like cream and sugar, just completely takes away all the subtle nuances in the amazing flavor profile of Kona coffee. I'm sure you've had Kona coffee plenty of times there, Night Shadow. So you know all about just how complex of a coffee it is. My style with Kona coffee is always black. Go black or go home with Kona coffee. That's my view on things. Okay, we're going to level off at 3,000 here. There we go. There we go. Level off at 3,000, and we're going to watch the CDI there. We're going to watch for the localizer needle to start centering, at which point I'll go into ILS mode on the autopilot. Night Shadow says you love it, but you need a little sugar. Yeah, it's a little dark for sure, Night Shadow. I agree. It is, Whoa, what's going on? We're climbing a little bit. I'm not sure why. There we go. Want to get back down to 3,000 feet there. Okay, below 200 knots, let's go to flaps. Let's extend the slats there. And I'm going to slow down here to 180 knots. Let's go flaps 5, and we'll slow to 180 knots. Okay, there we go. Now I can turn off. Actually, I'm going to leave the autopilot window up for now. So we're going to slow down to 180 knots. Okay. It is a little hazy on the island of Kauai today, as per the METAR, so we can't see the island just yet, but it's just going to be absolutely gorgeous when we do. Okay, we're about 15 miles out. We're just about a mile, correction, about 2 to 3 miles away from intercepting the localizer for the ILS-35. But this is super cool. You know, it's really, really challenging. It's really fun to kind of fly this way, using nothing but VOR navigation, flying radial to radial, and eventually, you know, finding your ILS, or eventually, you know, intercepting an ILS. It's a ton of fun flying this way. And if you notice, right, or most of this flight we were in the clouds, so this is some true instrument flying. It's a lot of fun. Once again, folks, we are an IFR flight plan. You know what that means. You know what that means. That's right, we're flying on instruments. Okay. Just watching for that needle to start moving there. And as soon as I see it moving, I'm going to go into ILS mode on the localizer. Or ILS mode on the autopilot.
Localizer capture.
Localizer capture. Okay, there we go. ILS mode now. And we should be joining the ILS. Okay, at this point, I'm going to hide the autopilot window there. I'm going to maintain 180 knots until I'm a little closer. I started that turn, or I had the autopilot start that turn a little late, which is why we sailed right through the localizer there. So we're going to do a little bit of heat seeking to rejoin the localizer. Okay, there we go. Getting back on track there. Alright, and let me check on the METAR or the winds once again at leeway. 05014, no changes. That's good. We just got a quick wind check. Alright. And you see the glide slope needle starting to, or the glide slope indicator starting to center as well. So now we're going down the glide slope. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're doing great. We do have that crosswind from the right, which is why the airplane is crabbing a little here. But I want to back off the throttle here a little bit as well, just to maintain the speed I want to be at. Night Shadow was asking, will there be a stopover in Molokai? Unfortunately not at this flight, Night Shadow. My plan is right after this we're going to take the Leonardo MD-80 out of mothballs. We're going to fly that We're going to fly that, let's get the gear down. We're going to fly that to the Big Island, so we're going to fly to Kona, Kailua Kona, and then we're going to fly from Kailua Kona in the TFDi 717 to Honolulu, and we'll end the stream in Honolulu. So that's basically the plan. Okay, let's go flaps, are we at flaps 15 already? Not yet.
Flaps 15.
Now we're at flaps 15. Okay, there we go. I can see the runway up ahead. Got that in sight. Let's go ahead and do our checklist.
Ignition. Both.
There we go.
Gear. Down. 3 green.
Spoilers armed.
Spoilers. Light out. Arm. Flaps to slats. Blue lights 25.
Okay, let's go flaps 25. We'll slow to our final approach speed here.
Annunciator panel. Check.
Annunciator panel is checked.
Landing
Seatbelts
checklist.
on.
After landing checklist.
Landing checklist is complete. Okay, let's go ahead and disconnect the autopilot at this point. And we'll fly manually. Going to slow to our final approach speed of about 135 knots there. Night Shadow, if you happen to own P3D, I strongly recommend getting your hands on the Hawaii Photoreal scenery packages for these islands, because they have some fantastic, like photoreal scenery coverage for all the Hawaiian islands. Kauai, the Big Island, obviously, Oahu, Maui, and it's completely freeware. And I think for a small donation, you can actually get a Hawaii Photoreal Plus version, which is a little bit improved. Okay, we got a crosswind from the right. I'm getting a little bit low on glide path there, so want to start shallowing my descent. And looks like we're running into a little bit of stuttering here. So you get these unfortunate 3 to 4 second pauses as we're coming into land. Okay, but now we're getting back on glide path, and I got a stiff crosswind from the right there. So I'm going to crab and then kick out the crab, so to speak, during the flare. And of course, Night Shadow, they do have some fantastic scenery for Molokai as well.
500 feet.
Too low, flap. Too low, flap.
Just disregard that.
Flap.
We're doing a flaps 25 landing, so disregard that.
Too low, flap. Too low, flap.
Decision out.
Too low,
300 feet.
Too low, flap. Too low, flap.
Just disregard that.
Too low, flap. Too low,
100
flap.
feet.
Too low, flap. Too low, flap.
50,
Too low, flap.
30, 10.
There we go, touchdown. Let's go and get the reversers on. Actually, I don't think we have reverse. Oh, we do. We do have reversers. I was like, why aren't the reversers coming on? It's got a stiff crosswind there from the right.
60 knots.
Okay, 60 knots. Reversers and idle, or reverser stowed. And let's go ahead and exit here on Delta. Okay, there we go. Now, I gotta check this here real quick, because I might have screwed up a little bit. Did I have flaps 20 or flaps 25? I think I had flaps 25, so that's the correct flap setting for our landing today. I wanted to do flaps 25, because obviously with flaps 40, you've got those big barn door flaps there that can get really kind of blown around with the winds. Yeah, that was flaps 25.
Flaps 15. Flaps 25.
Yep, I had flaps 25. So I had the correct flap setting for our approach today. There's probably something on here that I got to disable, or something I got to select here in order to get those warnings to not activate. Let's go ahead and let's check out a replay of that real quick. I'm going to create a save point here. Let's check out a really quick replay, then we'll taxi into the terminal and we'll switch planes. We'll fast forward to the 1980s and fly the MD-80 to Kona. But let's check out a quick replay first. I'm going to pull up ChasePlane here, pull up the replay window, and let's check out some replays. Or at least one quick replay off the landing, and then we'll fly the MD-80 right after. But this is a fantastic scenery for sure. Look at that, you got the cruise ship there in the harbor.
Positive rate of climb. Gear up.
Disregard everything he's saying. The co-pilot there. Lokestar, how's it going, Lokestar? Omar, I haven't seen your name in a while. I hope you're doing great, my friend. How's life treating you? How's your mechanical engineering degree going? How's life in the greatest city on earth, the city of brotherly love, treating you? Or at least I think you're close to that. that was a pretty nice, smooth landing. I did let the crosswind catch me there on the rollout, but it worked out okay. And I don't know why P3D does this to me, but you got these crazy touchdown smoke effects that make no sense. I swear to God, I wasn't flying that dangerously, you know. I wasn't skidding. I don't know why it does that. And I actually kicked out the crab nearly all the way there too. Anyway, we did great. All right. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and turn off the replay at this point. We'll taxi in, we'll switch to the MD-80, and then we'll fly the MD-80. Okay. Alright, let's go through our after landing checklist here.
Anti-skid, off.
So, I gotta do that myself, actually. Copilot won't do that for me. Anti-skid is off. APU on or off. Let's go ahead and get the APU on, actually. Okay, there we go.
APU, on or off. Ice protection, on or off.
Okay, and then ignition. Ignition off. Whoops. Okay, ignition off.
Ignition, off. Flaps 5, flaps 15, flaps 15.
Radar and transponder can be put into standby, so let me go ahead and do that. Standby on the transponder and the weather radar. That's good.
Radar and transponder, standby. After landing checklist complete.
Okay,
Parking
after
and
landing
securing
checklist complete, let's go ahead and hide that away, and we're going to taxi straight ahead of the terminal here. Actually, we're going to hang a left here real quick. Alex, how's it going? Alex, you can probably catch the replay of that. You can probably catch the replay of that, or not the replay, but you can probably, rewind in the VOD later and catch that if you want. Okay, I don't know why, but there's a fuel truck that's deciding to face off with us right there, and in a battle of wits between a DC-9 and a misguided fuel truck, you know who's always going to win, right? Who's always going to win is pyromaniacs in the tower, because they're going to get a fantastic show in the control tower, but both the DC-9 and the fuel truck are going to lose. I'm going to pretend that DC-9 is not there. The DC-9 is there. I'm going to pretend that fuel truck is not there, because I want to get to the terminal as quickly as possible so we can hop in the MD-80 and do the next leg of our trip. So pretend everything you just saw didn't happen. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Let's check in on our check captain here. Make sure that he wasn't too alarmed by the recent development on that taxiway involving that face-off with the fuel truck. Let's check in with our check captain real quick. Let's see what he thought of that. Yeah, apparently he wasn't too bothered about it. In fact, he seemed to take some kind of strange pleasure in it. I'm not sure what was going on. Hey, Bokeh, thanks for hanging out with us thus far. You take care, Bokeh. Hey, get better, Bokeh. I know you mentioned you were sick for a while, but get better and enjoy the rest of your time off, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us today. But enjoy the rest of your time off, and we'll look forward to catching you next time. And please feel better. All right, let's go ahead and park here. We'll shut down, and then we'll switch airplanes. Stop at the 717 hash mark there. It's kind of like a 717, a very, very unsophisticated 717. Okay, parking brake set, and let's go through our checklist here. Okay, parking brake set, electrical system set, ice protection set, fuel control levers can be turned. Actually, one second. We got the APU on the buses. That's good. Let's go ahead and get the APU air on as well. Let's go ahead and shut down. So fuel control levers off. There we go. Okay, engines are shutting down there. We can turn off the fuel pumps. We can just leave one on for the right aft pump on for the APU. Seatbelts off, no smoking signs off. This was the 60s where smoking was what you would do. So let's check all these items here.
Fuel control, left fuel pumps.
Air conditioning,
one on,
one of the packs can be turned off. There we go. Anti-collision lights can be turned off. Here we go.
Anti-collision light, flaps up, off, slats retracted,
slats up,
light out.
Okay, just gonna wait in the flaps and slats to completely turn off there, or completely retract, and I should have turned off my wing landing lights and my nose lights earlier. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, there we go.
Pumps.
Hydraulic pumps off, high, and
off,
on.
High, off.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that real quick. Off, high, and on. Okay. Low. Oops, actually off, high, and on. Okay, there we go. Off, high, and off, rather. Okay, there we go. ACARS message,
ACARS
disregard,
message, parking checklist
parking
complete.
checklist complete. Okay, we're all good there. All right, let's go ahead and open up the doors here, obviously. So let's go to ground ops, cargo door open, main exit open, forward air stairs, aft stairs. Actually, for the aft stairs, I need to make sure I get my my aux pump on. So let me do that real quick. Okay, let's just check to make sure, yeah, everything's open. Air stairs, we've got the... Oh, the door is not open yet. Okay, 1 second. Main exit door. There we go. No, I closed it again. Gotta open it again. There we go. Mo, how's it going? Good to see you, my friend. Let me catch up on chat here real quick. Pavlin, yes, it's going to be the TFDi 717 when we do that later. Lokestar was saying it's going. A lot of work for sure, but you're almost at the finish line. That's always good. Yeah, absolutely. And you say you're in Philly, the city of brotherly love. Yeah, totally. It's... For reasons I think that should be obvious, right? It's now my favorite city in the world. At least at least for the next couple of months. It's an awesome town. I love Philly. I've actually been to... I remember the what's it called? The Reading City. Is it the Reading Street Terminal? The Reading Terminal building, whatever it is. That really nice kind of like food court type thing, right? It's got a lot of you know, like almost like a farmer's market. It's got a lot of like local shops with great food and things like that. But I've been at that place a few times, you know, when I visited Philly. Okay, we're all done here. Let's go ahead and load up. Let's go ahead and load up the MD-80. That way we can hop in the MD-80 and do the next leg of our trip. So let me put you on the B right back screen here, folks, and I'm going to load up the MD-80 right now. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long. So just give me a moment to do that real quick. Okay, just gonna load up the MD-80 here. Let's get some of that chill music back on. Okay, there we go. All right, so the as I mentioned earlier, the DC-9, right? You know, was what Hawaiian Airlines, you know, inaugurated their jet service with inter-island back in the late 1960s, in 1966 to be exact. And then, ooh, that worked out really nicely. Okay, we loaded up the MD-80 here, and then in 1981, they acquired, you guessed it, in 1981 they acquired the MD-81. So at that point, you know, they decided to modernize their fleet. They acquired, I think, like 5 or 6 MD-81s, and they flew those for a few years. But to be honest, right, the problem that Hawaiian had with the MD-80, MD-81 in particular, and their fleet of MD-80s was that the capacity provided by the MD-80s, with their much longer fuselage, much higher number of seats in the airplane, was the capacity was actually almost too much for the inter-island routes that Hawaiians serviced. And also in the late 80s, I think Hawaiian Airlines started having some financial issues. So they decided, you know, for a number of reasons, the excess passenger capacity offered by the MD-80s, and as well the what do you call it, the financial situation that they were in, some of the terms, their leases for the MD-80s, they decided to get rid of their MD-80s around, you know, the late 1980s and go back to the DC-9s. So believe it or not, they actually went back to the DC-9s after the MD-80s. And then, we'll talk about this later, starting in 2001, they started flying the 717s inter-island. Anyway, let's go ahead and start setting some things up here. So I want to go ahead and, first of all, make sure that I set the correct panel state. Let's set it to ready at gate. There we go. And I'm going to bring up my load manager here for the Leonardo flight, the Maddog. Just make sure we load up our fuel right now so we're not contending with GSX and all that jazz. We're going to do a power back too. 1 second. Just trying to load up fuel. How do I do that? I gotta go to, oh yeah, there we go. And I gotta go to refueled aircraft, automatically update, there we go. Gonna import the OFP that I had earlier. Just make sure that's all looking good. Yeah, okay, now we're all good. So I've got everything I need. Okay, I'm gonna close the load manager. Sorry you couldn't see that, but you don't need to see that anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up my iPad here real quick. We've got an EFB in the Leonardo flight, the Maddog. So just gotta turn that on. Gotta hold down the home button. There we go. And while that starts up, let me go ahead and start setting some things up in the cockpit. Let's go to pause init here. Let's go to root. Let's put in PHLI. That's Lihue. And let's put in PHKO, which is Kailua Kona on the big island of Hawaii, which also happens to be the home of Kona coffee that I enjoy so much. Lokestar, the next destination is Kailua Kona, Papa Hotel Kilo Oscar. Okay, execute. Let's go to departure arrival. Let's go to departure, and I'm going to pull up, I think the Lihue 5. Let me pull up my flight plan on my iPad here. I think it's the Lihue 5. We're going to depart off of runway 03, execute. Okay. Let's go to the legs page. Let's put in the book, or let's put in, actually, what did I want to put in? 1 second. Got to pull up my waypoints here real quick. PHLI, PHKO. Just pulling that up on Navigraph here real quick. Okay, got that. Alright, so our route is going to be... okay, the next fix is going to be all OE. O-L-O-Y-I. So I'm going to put that in. Fix after that is going to be book, B-O-O-K-E. Going to put that in. And then after book, we've got the Lanai City VUR. If that sounds familiar, it's because we just overflew that, or we blew right past it in the DC-9 earlier. So Lanai City. There we go. And then we can go back to departure arrival. We can go to arrival. We can put in the Veki 9 from Lanai, and we can put in the ILS 17 at Lanai. And just very quickly going to check on... Yeah, that's all looking good. Okay. So just going to go back to the legs page here, just check we have no discos, everything is looking fantastic. Let's go to init ref, let's go to perf init, cruise winds, I got to pull up my operational flight plan here, give me a second. Electronic flight folder, Hawaiian 220, yes you can, Night Shadow, so there's a way to do this pretty easy. So if you go to your route page, and you see where it says company routes, I click that line select key, and what you do is you drop your flight plan file into the Maddog X folder. There's a subfolder within the Fly the Maddog X folder that has a place where you can put in all these flight plans. So if you copy and paste it into there, you can get your company routes. So there you go. Okay, what I wanted to do here was I wanted to pull up my operational flight plan. I wanted to put in my cruise winds, 278 at 08. Okay, 278 at 8. Cruise true airspeed can be pulled up from the flight log. And I'm sorry folks, I know I'm terrible about catching up on chat right now. I'm going to try and catch up on it in just a little bit. Cruise true airspeed, what is it? It's going to be 415 knots, so I'm going to put in 415. Okay, there we go. Got that set up. Okay, we're all set up here. The other thing I want to do is I want to go get my performance calculations done. You know what, actually, yeah, let's actually do this. So PHLI, runway 3 for departure. Let's do a flaps 15 takeoff. We'll just go old school today. Flaps 15 takeoff. Let me put in the weather information at Lihue. Wind 050 at 14. So let me put that in. 050/14. QNH is, or altimeter setting rather, is 3009er. 3009er. There we go. Outside air temperature is a balmy 26 degrees Celsius or 79 degrees Fahrenheit. That's nice. That's some nice December weather in Hawaii. Takeoff weight is going to be gross weight minus about 300, so 119,200 is what I'm going to put in. 119,200. Now let's go ahead and calculate. There we go, 15 degrees. Selected temperature for takeoff is going to be a flex temp of 50 degrees. So I'm going to turn off the ART there, going to move to takeoff flex on the TRP, going to set 50 degrees flex takeoff. I might be using Airbus terminology here. V-speed's 121, 127, 136, so let me go ahead and set things up here real quick. Let me get FS2 crew going as well. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. I want to set my takeoff bugs here. So I want to set this to 15. There we go. And what's our takeoff CG? Give me 1 second. Just going to pull up the load manager again. CG is 17.3. Okay, I'm going to set... That's already set. That's great. And I want to make sure my takeoff flap selector is stowed. Indeed it is. So we got all that set up, just great. Last thing I want to do here is set my trim tab to match the green triangle there, or the notch in the green triangle. While that's going on, let me catch up on chat real quick. I have not watched that actually, Night Shadow. That's something I need to look up. The Rescue of Flight 771. It's got Scott Bakula. Okay, I've only heard of Scott Bakula from Star Trek Enterprise, right? That TV show back in the 2000s. What did I miss earlier? I felt like I missed something. Lokestar at the Golden State is just great. It's just great. If there's a place you want to be in December, you know, it actually, believe it or not, is not California. The place you want to be in mid-December is right here in Hawaii. or late November, rather. The place you want to be in is Hawaii. I really wish I could travel, but God, this COVID pandemic thing is just just so limiting to travel. You know, Hawaii has actually lifted travel restrictions. Obviously, they do have, like, you know, I think quarantine restrictions and things like that, but for the most part, you know, you can actually travel here if you want to, I think. Okay, let's go ahead and start closing up some things here. So doors and stairs, let's go ahead and close the main cabin door. There we go. Let's go ahead and close the rear door as well. There we go.
Yes, Captain. What can I do for you?
All right, everything is set up the way I want it to be set up. One last thing I got to do, folks, because this is an old school airplane that was acquired back in the early 1980s. We do have the PMS system here. So you remember this thing. You remember this crazy thing. We got to set this up as well. So let's go to the plan page. Let's put in our gross weight. Gross weight is 119,350 now. 119,350. Fuel on board is 12,850. Let's put that in, 12,850. And trip distance is going to be, that's coming off our OFP here. Let's pull that up. Trip distance is 241, so let's put that in. I want to try and get out of here as quickly as I can, so we're not streaming too late tonight. As much as I enjoy hanging out with you folks, I want to try and limit the length of the stream as much as possible, right? Okay, so that's all set up. Next thing I want to do is put in my cruise altitude. It's going to be 230. Wind component at cruise, it's going to be +7, so I'm going to put in +7 here. And temperature at cruise is going to be -19. So I can put in either the outside air temperature at cruise or the, you know, or the ISA deviation, which is +11. So -19, if I remember correctly. Let's make sure we got that correct. Yes, we did. -19. Okay, so now I've got my PMS completely initialized here. That is great. One thing I could do real quick, actually, is I want to pull up my charts as well, so I have that handy. Let me go to charts. Let me pull up, let's go to flight. Let's put in PHLI and space PHKO. Enter. Okay, let's pull up the charts for Lihue on the beautiful island of Kauai. Airport chart, and I want the Lihue 5. Let's make sure that's the correct one. That is the correct one. Okay, let's go back to flight. Let's pull up the requisite charts for Kailua Kona, the Veki 9 arrival, ILS runway 17, and airport chart. There we go. That's all I need for now. Okay, I want to pull up the Veki 9 here just for a moment because I want to see what the altitudes are. So you know what? I'm going to aim to be let's take a look at the routing here real quick. So I've got Veki, Tammy at 40. You know, let's try and be at. Let's say we want to be at Tammy at like 40. You know, maybe like 5,000. Let's say Tammy at 5,000. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my progress page here. I'm going to go to the page 3 of the progress. This page 3, sub-page 3 of the progress page, if you will. I'm going to put in Tammy. Tammi, not to be confused with Tammy 1 and Tammy 2 of Ron Swanson Parks and Rec fame, but I'm going to put that in. And what I want to do now is I want to look at that distance readout. So 219 miles en route to Tammy. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to go to vertical waypoints. I'm going to go to bottom of descent, and I want to put in 219/5000. There we go. So that'll set up the PMS system to initialize our descent at the right point in order to be able to cross Tammy at 5,000. So that's all I have set up there. So we're all good here. Everything is set up. We're all good to go. Let's go ahead and do our before start check. Let's go up top here and make sure everything is set up. Seatbelts can be turned on. Start bump. Actually, 1 second. Do I have to go through the entire process here? I hope not. Hold on. Pre-start check below the line.
Pre-start checklist below the line. Covers and pins.
Removed.
Aircraft log and documents.
Checked on board.
Altimeters.
3009er set. Set and checked.
Checked. Fuel, oil, hydraulic quantity.
Checked.
Checked. Zero fuel weight.
Checked.
Checked. TRP.
550 takeoff flex.
Checked. Stabilizer.
Set.
Checked. Flaps. Takeoff selector.
Stowed.
Speed bugs.
Set.
Set. Pre-start check complete.
Okay, pre-start check complete. I gotta do my before start check here in a second, but let's do our departure briefing here real quick before we go any further. Let's make sure that our check captain is ready for the departure brief. Let's check in with him real quick, make sure he's ready for the departure brief. So let's check in with our check captain real quick. Are you ready for the departure brief, sir? Yep, he's got his popcorn ready. He's fully ready for the departure brief. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, this is going to be a standard left seat takeoff off of runway 3 at Lihue. Takeoff flap set at 15 degrees and reduced takeoff thrust at an assumed temp of 50 degrees. V speeds 115. Oh, actually, it was here. Hold on. These were different. 121, 127, 136 were the V speeds for the departure. And we're located at, let's see, we're located at the terminal here. We're going to push back onto, we're going to push back on the ramp here. Then we're going to taxi to hold short of runway 3 via Kilo, Mike, hold short of 3 for departure. During the departure, any malfunctions before V1, engine failure, fire, loss of control, aircraft unsafe to fly, I'm going to call stop to reject the takeoff, brake, exit off the runway if able, and advise ATC. Any malfunctions after V1, we're going to continue airborne and deal with the issue in the air. Pending that, we're doing the Lihue 5 departure today off of runway 3. Procedure is to climb on runway heading to 500 feet, then a climbing right turn to heading of 080. So I'm going to set my heading bug here to 080 in anticipation of that right turn out during the departure. I'm going to set that here real quick. And I'm sorry, folks. I know I've been terrible about catching up on chat. I'm gonna try and catch up as quickly as I can here. But once we're past 500 feet, right turn to heading of 080. And we'll expect radar vectors to intercept the Lihue 110 radial to book. So I'm going to tune in the Lihue VOR there. What's the frequency? 113.5. So I'm going to tune that in real quick. Oh, it's up here. 113.5. Going off the DC-9 there. So they moved some things around, as you can tell. From the DC-9 to the MD-80 family of aircraft, they moved some things around. Okay, and I've got The, what radial was that? 110 radial, so I'm going to tune in that. 110. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's all set up. What else? I think that's it, right? Let's take a look at the notes here. Transition altitude 18,000, obviously DME required. And our initial climb is going to be 5,000, so I'm going to set 5,000 for now. Okay. Okay, that's it. That's basically our departure brief. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, let's check if our check captain had any questions. Let's check with him real quick, see if he had any questions. No, he's good. He was pretty pleased with that departure briefing, apparently. That's always good to see. Okay, let's get going here. I'm going to pull up the airport chart here real quick, and let's do our before start check. Before start check.
Before start check. Parking brakes.
On. Set.
Doors.
Closed.
Closed. Startup and pushback clearance.
Approved.
Approved. Before start check completed. Ready for engine start.
Okay, we're ready for engine start. Whoops, hold on. APU reset. I thought the APU was on. What happened? Oh boy, why did everything turn off there? I thought the APU was working. 1 second. What is going on? Why did the APU... Oh, that's because I didn't have the APU buses on. Oh boy. Hopefully I don't have to go through the entire FMC setup process. That would really suck. Let's see what happened here. Let's see what happened. Oh, that sucks. We gotta go through this entire process again. At least everything here is fine. But I gotta set this all up again. Hold on. That sucked. I forgot to set my APU buses on before I disconnected the external power. So, no problem. This is a pretty straightforward route. PHLI to PHKO. At least this is really straightforward. Lokestar, yeah, absolutely. I can hop on VATSIM if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I can hop on VATSIM if you're looking to join. Sorry, folks, I've been terrible about catching up on chat. Night Shadow says you think it's a good aviation Christmas movie. I'm gonna have to look it up for sure there, Night Shadow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. Off of runway 3, leeway 5, execute. And let's go to legs here. I want to put in Oloyi. O-L-O-Y-I. Jeez. This is my bad, folks. I totally screwed up and forgot to make sure the APU was on the buses. And then I try to blame the plane, which is never a good idea. But at least this can all be set up pretty quickly. Lanai. Okay. Okay, that's set. And then I can go to departure arrival. I want to put in the Veki 9 from Lanai, ILS 17. Just make sure there's no discos here. Yep, everything is connected the way I want it to be connected. That is looking good. Then I go to init ref, I go to perf init, and I just want to put in the cruise winds once again real quick. Yes, that's totally when I could use the company route. Although with a PMS system, it's a bit more complex than that, unfortunately. 278 at 8, and if I remember correctly, the cruise true airspeed was 415. Okay, and then what sucks is I got to do this all over again with the PMS as well. Okay, gross weight. Let's do this again. Gross weight is 119,350. 119,350. Fuel on board is 12,850. Let me put that in. 12,850. Trip distance was 241. Let me put that in. Whoops. Hold on. 241. Gonna put that in. Okay, next up is the altitude. Cruising altitude is going to be flight level 230. Wind component was, if I remember correctly, plus 17. And temperature was minus 19 at the top at cruising altitude. So let's go ahead and confirm plus 7. Plus 7 on the wind component. That's the only difference. Everything else was correct. Plus 7. Okay, last thing I want to do is go to the vertical waypoints page here. I want to go to bottom of descent. Whoops, the other way. Bottom of descent. I want to put in 219/5000. Okay, that's set. And, oh, I also want to do that here real quick as well. RTA waypoint is Tammy. Once again, not to be confused with Tammy 1 and Tammy 2 of Ron Swanson and and Parks and Rec fame. But anyway, we're all set up here. Yep, we're all good. Okay, just going to quickly here create a save point. Oh, I forgot to set the MCP, all that stuff disappeared as well. So 5,000 up here on the FCGP, actually. I think that's the McDonnell Douglas term for the MCP, control panel, flight guidance control panel, FGCP, if I remember correctly. Okay, speed is going to be 250. All right, there we go. And Jason, if you still, by the way, Jason Zhang, if you still happen to be on, I would love to talk to you at some point, Jason, about you know, potentially having you on, giving your extensive experience in the Falcon jets. I was thinking about having you on potentially in the future, if you're interested and available, as a guest on a live stream where we fly the Falcon 50 from Fly Somewhere. If you're still on, let me know if that's something that might interest you. Otherwise, I'll reach out via email and try to follow up on that. Okay, everything is set up here. Let me quickly here create a save point. Okay, there we go. Save point being created. 122.8 for the Unicom. That is correct. Let me sign into VATSIM here real quick so that I can join you. I'm going to be Hawaiian 220. It's going to be a Boeing, actually MD-82 is what I'm flying at the moment. Connect. Let's put in my flight plan here. It's going to be PHLI, PHKO. Alternate is going to be PHOG. Departure time, let's say about 15 minutes from now, 01:10. Time en route is going to be 44 minutes. Cruising altitude is going to be 230. Let me turn down the chill music just a little bit there. There we go. And our route of flight is going to be, let's see. Route of flight is going to be, it's right there. Lihue Victor 15, Book Lanai, and Becky 9. Okay, there we go. Got all that set up. Gonna file away my flight plan. And yeah, I'm all good to go here. Okay, I'm gonna start up the engines here at the stand and we'll power back. Let's go ahead and start up the engines. Start right engine.
Starting right engine. Right start valve open.
Okay,
N2,
right start valve
pressure.
open. N2's coming up there. Once N2 hits 20%, I'm going to go ahead and move the fuel control lever into the run position.
N1.
Or on position, rather. Confusing my Boeings and McDonnell Douglases there. 20% fuel control switch or lever to run.
Fuel on.
Fuel on.
Fuel flow.
Fuel on.
EGT.
There we go. That's starting up.
Right start valve closed.
Start valve closed and stabilizing. Jason, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. And Jason says you're in New Jersey. All right, Jason. So the time difference is something we might have to account for, but I'll reach out to you since I have your email address, right? We spoke via email before, so I'll reach out via email, and we'll try and set something up at some point in the future when it works at both our schedules. But I really do appreciate that. That'd be awesome. Okay, good start on number 2. Let's go ahead and start up number 1 here. Start left engine.
Starting left engine.
Okay, we're starting number 1 now.
Left start valve open. N2, oil pressure.
Okay, there we go. N2 coming up. Once
N1.
again, watching for maximum motoring, 20%.
Fuel on.
Fuel on.
Fuel flow.
Okay, fuel coming on there. And just like that,
Left start valve closed.
start valve closed, and it's going to stabilize here
Stabilizing.
in just a hot second. There we go, stabilizing. let's go ahead and go through our after start flows here. Check that we have ample volts and amps for for both left and right generators. Galley power can come on. Air conditioning supplies can go to auto, and APU air can go off. APU master can go off. Make sure that we've got pneumatic crossfeed valves open. That's good. Let's go ahead and call for our after start checklist. After engine start check.
After engine start check. Ignition.
Off.
Electrical loads.
Checked.
Checked. Air conditioned supply.
Auto.
Galley power.
On.
Ice protection panel.
Checked.
Pneumatic crossfeed valve levers.
Open.
Open. Flight controls.
Left, spoiler deployed. Right, spoiler deployed. Elevator power on. Pedals, full left, full right, neutral. Flight controls check completed. Completed. Set and checked.
Hydraulic pumps and pressure. Checked. High and on.
Checked.
Annunciator panel.
Checked.
Ground equipment.
Clear. Removed.
All clear signal.
Received.
Flaps, slats. Set. After start check complete.
Okay, after start check complete. Clear left. Clear left side.
We're clear on the right.
Okay, clear left and right. Let me go ahead and pull up my taxi chart here real quick, and we'll get going in just a hot minute. Let me catch up on chat here real quick. Big Snorlax, sorry I missed you. Hope you're doing well. Big Snorlax, we already flew the DC-9, which was the first jet that Hawaiian Airlines had for their inaugural jet service inter-island between the Hawaiian Islands. So we already flew the DC-9 earlier in the stream. Now we're flying the MD-80, and we're going to close up with a flight in the 717 right after this. So we're headed to Kailua, Kona in the MD-80. I'm going to quickly here create a save point. Give me a second to do that. And let's go ahead and release our parking brake, and let's do, you guessed it, a power back. So this is one of the awesome features of the DC-9 and the MD-80, is that they were actually permitted to do power backs back in the day. So just gonna get the thrust reversers on there. I want to keep my EPR below 1.3, but that kind of depends on the ground friction characteristics that are modeled here. There are some limitations with P3D that are very, very hard to overcome, unfortunately. But let's keep getting those reverse thrusters in. We're past 1.3 EPR, but hey, that's no big deal. Or at least I hope that's not a big deal. Okay, there we go. We're finally starting to move there. Okay. At this point, I can reduce the amount of reverse thrust, and I'm going to switch into, whoops, no, I want to get a bit more in, because otherwise we're going to start slowing down, which is not what I want. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, and as I come up on Juliet, or actually the taxi lane there, I'm going to go ahead and start turning to get myself lined up with that that taxi lane there. There we go. Thrust out of reverse there, and let's go ahead and start taxiing out. Let's get the wing lights into the extend position. Nose lights to dim, and we'll start taxiing down to runway 3 at Lihue. Let's do our taxi check. Taxi check.
Taxi check. Fuel heat.
Not required.
Flaps and slats.
Flaps 15, takeoff.
Checked. EPR bugs and TRP.
Set and checked.
Takeoff speeds.
We're going to hang a left here on a kilo. Set and checked.
Verified. Takeoff briefing.
Performed.
Performed. ATC flight guidance system and nav aids.
Set and checked.
Set and checked. FMS.
Set. Checked.
Checked. APU air and master switch.
Both off.
Brake pressure and temperature. Checked. Taxi check completed.
Okay, taxi check completed. Just going to hang a right here on Alpha. We'll head down Alpha to Mike. And at Mike, we're going to be holding short of 3 for departure. Okay.
Yes. Okay, thanks. Captain, galley and cabin are secured.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff. Lineup check.
Lineup check. Cabin.
Secured.
Windows.
Left side closed.
Right side closed. Annunciator panel.
Checked.
Ignition.
Set to A.
Air condition supply.
Auto.
Set. Transponder set to TARA. Takeoff clearance.
Received.
Lineup check completed.
Okay, lineup check completed. Procedure is pretty straightforward. Going to climb out a runway heading to 500 feet. At 500 feet, going to hang a right on a 080 heading, climbing to 5,000. And eventually you'll vector yourselves. Oh, actually, I'm on VATSIM. Let me check to make sure there's no ATC first of all. Okay, there's no ATC. That's good. I'm going to tune in 122.8. I forgot I was on VATSIM. Sorry about that, Lokestar. My apologies. We do have our good friend Lokestar Omar who's flying along with us today. And I totally forgot I was on VATSIM. Okay, I'm going to make my call here. Let's see if we can spot Omar. Where is Omar? Lokestar, do you have everything you need? Oh, there you are. Okay, we've got Omar in a 717, it looks like, over there. Let me catch up on chat here real quick. Oh, you're flying the TBM 930? Okay, interesting. Or did I miss something there? Night Shadow, the ground friction is actually really good in X-Plane. FSX is pretty much comparable to P3D. It's really bad. MSFS is... I don't want to say it's great, but it's better than P3D. You know, it's probably comparable to X-Plane in my view. They've improved the ground friction characteristics a lot. But the thing is, you know, with MSFS, it's very hard to judge given the absence of study-level aircraft, right? It's very hard to judge, but the ground friction doesn't appear to be too bad in MSFS. TBM, holy cow, so you're going to be trailing here a little bit. Okay, anyway, let's get going. Let's line up here, we'll get going. Lihue traffic, Hawaiian 220, we're taking off runway 3, straight out departure with a right turn out to the east. Lihue. Okay, let's line up here on runway 3. Ready.
Ready. Timing.
It's gonna line up here. You got that extra long fuselage, of course, which makes lining up a little tricky sometimes. Gonna create a safe point here once again, folks. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's go ahead and take off. Landing lights coming on. Take off.
Take off.
Okay, gonna stand up the throttle levers there at about 1.4 EBR, at which point I'm gonna turn on the AT. There we go. Okay, we're rolling. Takeoff.
Clamp.
Checked.
Takeoff power set. 80 knots.
Checked.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up selected.
If you notice, we were cutting it a little close there, I felt. We were cutting it kind of close. Okay, straight ahead on runway heading
Gears
as we
up.
depart beautiful Kauai. Straight ahead on runway heading until 500 feet, then we make an immediate right turn to heading of 080. Select heading select. Select heading select.
Lihue traffic, TBM 930 departing runway 03, climbing to 5,000. Lihue traffic.
Select climb power.
Climb power set.
Whoops. I was paying attention to the wrong thing there. Engage VNAV.
VNAV is engaged.
Okay, let's get the autopilot on here, take a load off, and I'm going to turn now right to heading of, let's say about, let's say about 130. Let's go ahead and arm navigation. There we go, nav track mode. Now it's capturing that nav track. Okay, let's continue our climb here to cruising flight level of 220. Lihue traffic, Hawaiian 220. We're climbing through 3.8 for flight level 220. We're departing the area to the west. Lihue. I think I might have confused my east and west earlier. Not a good thing if you're a pilot. Not a good thing, believe it or not. Okay. Flaps up. Slats retract.
Slats retracted. Flaps are up.
Climb check.
Climb check is coming.
Okay, climb check is coming. We're climbing out. I love this old retro livery, by the way. I just absolutely love it.
Seatbelt.
Clearly, you know, it was from the 80s, right? You can tell this was definitely an 80s design. Auto.
Climb check completed.
Okay, climb check is completed. We're climbing through 5.4 for flight level 220. Let's get going. Night Shadow was asking, what did Captain Obvious think of that glitch? That's a great question. Let's check in with Captain Obvious real quick. Let's see what he thought of that glitch. I have a suspicion I know what he was doing, or what he's still doing during and after that glitch. Let's check in with Captain Obvious real quick. Yeah, as usual. You know, I gotta tell you, Captain Obvious with these never-ending buckets of popcorn, I gotta figure out where the hell our check captain is getting these buckets of popcorn from. Because, you know, I checked with the cabin crew, and they informed me that buckets of popcorn do not feature on the in-flight menu during our flight. So clearly he's got a secret hideout where he stashed away these buckets of popcorn during our flights. I gotta figure it out. Kyle Longley, how's it going? Okay, let me catch up on chat, folks. I know I missed a lot earlier. I do apologize. Mo, if you're still on, how's it going? Mo was saying Philadelphia, you heard bad things about Philly from fellow crew members. Well, as I know all too well, if we have somebody from Philly on stream, you never want to mess with Philly or peeps from Philly. They're a tough group of people. And actually, Philly is not all that bad. It's a pretty nice town. You know, like all cities, like all urban areas, you know, there are always rougher parts of town, but Philly's a pretty nice town in my view. I personally like Philly even more in the month of November, but I'm not going to say anymore. But I hope you're still on there, Mo. Hope you're doing well. Kyle Longley says he stole the airline popcorn maker. That is probably it. I would not be surprised. Okay, we're coming through 10,000 there. Landing lights can be turned off. Seat belts are already in auto. There we go. And by the way, I was reading up on the landing lights in the MD-80. For those of you who don't know, right, the landing lights are actually extended from the bottom of the wings there. They actually add a fair amount of drag to the MD-80 in flight. So getting those landing lights off really kind of helps the airplane climb a bit. And in fact, when you're on approach in the MD-80, getting those landing lights down can actually add, you know, enough drag to increase your rate of descent by like 200 feet per minute or something like that. So it's pretty insane. The little details that can add to the aerodynamics, add or subtract from the aerodynamics of an airplane like this. Anyway, we're doing well. We're climbing through 11,200 all the way up to flight level 220. We're going to reach our top of climb in about 36 nautical miles in 5 minutes from now. Let's go to the progress page here and see how we're doing in terms of that waypoint. 196 miles to go to Tammy. We're going to reach Tammy at 23:43 Zulu. It is 23:15 right now, so yeah, we're doing great. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up our charts here for Papa Hotel Kilo Oscar, which is Kailua Kona. So I'll have that ready, and I eventually want to do my landing data, like my landing calculations for Kona as well. So I'm going to initialize it right now in advance of that. Okay. Okay, let's keep our climb going here. Let's go into some external shots while we climb out. This is going to be about a 40-minute flight. Actually, probably about 35 minutes from where we are right now before we land, touchdown in Kailua, Kona. Let me catch up on chat as we go, folks. Kyle was asking, don't the A320s have the same thing with landing lights? Yeah, you're probably right, Kyle. I think they do. And yeah, you know, typically you're right. When you have things that emerge from a clean airframe, that always causes just a little bit of drag, right? So you do have that. I remember something, which is I want to make sure I get the sound engine back on, because we've had issues with the sound drivers, or, you know, turning the sound on and off. That causes sim crashes. So please remind me to stay the hell away from the mute button on the engine sounds, because that can cause some serious issues. We're just going to enjoy that really, really loud engine sound here as we climb out. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss in chat earlier? Jason was saying you were from New Jersey. Actually, that reminds me. So is Long Island part of New Jersey, or is that part of... That's not New York State, right? Long Island. Long Island is part of New Jersey. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. What else did I miss in chat earlier? Night Shadow was saying my Rio flight was pretty late. Yeah, that was a late stream for sure. You know, but it fits in better with you know, with my kind of time zone, right? So, but that was a really, really fun stream. You know, I gotta tell you, I kind of enjoy, you know, streaming at different times of the day. Like if I stream during my mornings or afternoons, right? You typically get, you know, it's a good time for the Europeans, especially, right? Because they're just, you know, finishing up with dinner or about to go to dinner, so it's a good time for the Europeans. True transition there, going to reset altimeters 29 or 9 or 2. But mornings and afternoons, it's a good time to meet the folks from Europe. And then during the night, you know, obviously you get to meet other people from the West Coast. And as well, you know, you get a lot of Australians and New Zealand and Kiwis, you know, New Zealanders. Not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but you know, you get a lot of folks from down under that tune in as well, and every once in a while, you know, get folks from Asia tuning in as well, which is super awesome. So that's one of the things I love about flight sim streaming. You know, is you get to virtually, you know, meet a lot of folks from so many different parts of the world with a shared interest in aviation, and that's always cool. In fact, that begs the question. Where are the folks who are tuning into the stream today from? Feel free to put in your where in the world you're tuning in from, and what time of day it is. I'm always curious about that. I'm going to turn down the PA announcements there just a little bit. Okay, we're climbing through flight level 206. We're going to level off at flight level 230. Whoops, 230. That's going to be our cruising flight level, 230. Make sure I got that set up here too. Yeah, I do. Let's see. Night Shadow says you're a New Jersey boy as well. That's awesome. Jason Zhang says Long Island is the weird countryside in New York City. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Armour 87 from the Bahamas. That's awesome, Armour. Welcome from the Bahamas. I hope you're having a fantastic time down there in the Caribbean. Kyle Longley says Florida, eh? There you go. Florida, awesome. Kyle, I know, is from Pensacola. And Kyle, by the way, for those of you who don't know, recently completed his first solo. I think just last week. So make sure to congratulate Kyle Longley on completing his first solo. Jason says, all right, Hart, New Jersey. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, you know, I take your point about the weird countryside of New York City. I take your point about that. Okay, we're going to level off here at flight level 230. So obviously I don't want to do this in perf cruise mode. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into you know, Mach select mode here, and we're going to fly Mach 0.75. There we go. and we're going to go to altitude hold mode and level off at flight level 230. Why isn't it leveling off? Hold on, got to go back into perf cruise mode. This thing tends to go up and down a little bit. Okay, let's set cruise mode on the TRP there. A little bit of a stutter here as we come up on Honolulu. But cruise mode, going to set the TCAS mode there to normal. And okay, we're going to level off here at flight level 230. So I'm going to go back into altitude hold mode, max select mode on the autopilot. Okay, that is great. Let's check on the PMS system here. So we're going to reach our top of descent in 110 nautical miles. 16 minutes from now. Let's check on the vertical waypoints here. Bottom of descent, 156 nautical miles, 5,000 feet. That's good enough. So this is all going to plan. Okay, 108 miles to go to our top of descent. And we've got the beautiful island of Oahu, the gathering place as it's known. Oahu means the gathering place in the Hawaiian language. That's the beautiful island of Oahu right there. I would come out here like at least once every 2 years, if not every year. Just absolutely love this place. This is, so what you're looking at there, by the way, that's the north shore of Oahu. This is the western shore right here, but if you look beyond that, that's the northern shore, the north shore of Oahu. The best surfing in the world probably happens right there. If you come here during surf season, when they have all these surfing competitions, you'll hear a whole assortment of accents, like a ton of Australian accents, especially on the north shore of Hawaii, because you get all these champion surfers, these championship surfers who will come out of the north shore for their surfing competitions every year. Just absolutely beautiful part of the world. And of course, if you want to do gliding, if you're out in the island of Oahu, there's a little airfield there. You can sort of make it out on the north shore of Oahu. There's a little airfield there called Dillingham Airfield, and they've got some glider operations there. So you can do a little bit of glider flying around the north shore. And I've done a little bit of that, which is a ton of fun. Okay. The frames are going to get a little laggy here, folks, because we got this really complex Orbx city scene Honolulu, and of course, FS Dream Team Honolulu below us. Can't really see it through the clouds, but it's down there, I promise. Kyle, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you next time, Kyle. You take care. Night Shadow, what islands have you been to, Night Shadow, if you're still on? I think you are, actually. Yeah, there you are. Night Shadow, what islands have you been to during your time in Hawaii? And if I remember correctly, Night Shadow, you mentioned you were in the service out here, right? You were in the Navy, if I remember correctly, when you were out here in Hawaii. Thank you for your service, by the way. So there's Honolulu International down there. You can see the texture sort of popping in there at Honolulu. And of course, you've got Pearl Harbor down there. Look at that. The little island in the middle of Pearl Harbor, that island, of course, is Ford Island. You got Battleship Row just off the right side of Ford Island there. And you can actually sort of make out the Arizona Memorial there in the waters of Pearl Harbor. That's so cool. U.S. Pacific Command, of course, is based right here near Honolulu, close to Pearl Harbor. Yeah, the texture's really kind of popping in and out there. Okay, you got Honolulu stretched out over there. Got all the hotels and resorts on Waikiki Beach, of course. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's just spectacular. Night Shadow says your throttle won't spool down in the cutout detent. Any suggestion? You've adjusted sensitivity, recalibrated. That's a good question, Night Shadow. Night Shadow says all but the bombing range. The bombing range, is that... yeah, actually, I know that island. It's a tiny little island between Maui and Lanai, right? That's the bomb. No, no. Is that it, or is the bombing range island northeast of Kauai? I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember the name of the island between Lanai and Maui. I think it's called Kolo'ahe. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I'm probably mispronouncing it horribly, but that's the island I'm thinking of, probably. Okay, still over cloud cover here, so can't really see a whole lot. But once we get past this cloud, hopefully we'll catch a glimpse of Diamond Head. Night Shadow says your ship tied up just around the corner of the Arizona. Holy cow, Night Shadow. That's amazing. How long were you out here for, Night Shadow? When you were serving? Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of let's see if we can catch a glimpse of Diamond Head. I don't think we will be able to, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it. But you know what? Once we come back to Honolulu in the 717, we're definitely going to spot it later, right? So it's all good. It's all good. Night Shadow says 4.5 years. That is awesome, Night Shadow. Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world to live, for sure, you know. Yeah, you can sort of make out the bottom corner of, you know, the eastern corner, correction, boy, I keep confusing my east and west. The western corner of, what do you call it, of Diamond Head down there. You can sort of make out the edge of the crater. Night Shadow says you were a hospital corpsman. That's awesome, Night Shadow. Night Shadow, do you work in the medical field now? Or have you moved into something else entirely? Lookstar, my airspeed is a whopping... I'm going to find out here in a second. I'm going at about 340 knots, but I'm doing Mach 0.75, right? And actually, I didn't show this on our last stream in the Maddog, but if I go to vertical waypoints and I go to present position, I can actually find out my ground speed. So true airspeed 467, ground speed is 475 knots. We got a nice tailwind component of 14 knots. Tracking 107 there. That's good. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Still got another, let's see, 55 nautical miles to go to our top of descent. So let's go ahead and start setting things up for our arrival. Just very quickly going to create a save point here. Let's go ahead and start planning on our arrival here. So let's pull up the weather at Kailua Kona. 1 second, there we go. Winds 230 at 7. Oh, okay. Well, actually that makes sense. We can land at 17. I was confusing the runways. 17 is fine. Let's do a 1528 landing, flaps 28 landing. Let's put in this information here. Winds 230 at 7. 230/7. Altimeter setting is going to be 29 or 9 or 5. 29 or 9 or 5. And temperature is 28. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Temperature 28, and let's check on our landing weight here. Gross weight is currently 115,050. Let's put in 114,500 for now. Let's estimate that's going to be our landing weight. 115,500. It's probably going to be lower, but that's fine. Okay, auto brake to medium. Auto brake medium. There we go. Calculate. Okay, actual landing distance 5511. Factor landing distance of 6484. VREF is going to be 134. Final approach speed is going to be 139. Let's check on the actual runway length available at Kona. So it's an 11,000 foot long runway. It's a really long runway, so we got plenty of distance here. We're probably going to roll out to like Charlie and taxi via Charlie to the terminal. That's my guess. Okay, let's do our approach briefing here. We got to do that real quick. Are you ready for the approach brief?
I'm ready.
Okay. The weather at Kailua Kona This is Ellison Onizuka Kona International, by the way. Does anybody know the significance of Ellison Onizuka? Who was Ellison Onizuka in the history of aviation and in the history of Hawaii? Bragging rights, you know, fake virtual points, and 15 points to Gryffindor for... actually, 100 points to Gryffindor for anybody who can tell me who Ellison Onizuka was. He's got a history in aviation, and as well with the island of the big island of Hawaii, and Kona in particular. Okay, anyway, winds are 230 at 7 knots, visibility 10 statute miles, clouds scattered 2,500, ceilings broken 5,500 and 10,000. Temperature 2.23, altimeter 29 or 9 or 5. We've got the weather at Kona, and let's see. We're going to be arriving via the Veki 9er arrival. Lanai transition from Lanai. We've got another, let's see. Okay, we're coming up on our top of descent here in a hurry, so let's go ahead and roll our altitude selector down to 5,000. Let's assume we clear down to 5,000. And what I want to do here is I want to set my TCAS to below. I want to go ahead and clear my distance to baud. That checks out. So clear that. Let's go to the plan page. Clear that. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and arm the approach, or we're going to arm the descent right now by clicking on the one line select key there, or the one line select button 1, besides speed, that thing. Okay. So we should automatically begin a descent at the top of descent, just coming up at 28 nautical miles and 4 minutes from now. But back to briefing the arrival here. 1 second. Hold on. So you got Molokai off the left side of the airplane. Look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, and by the way, I totally forgot this. Night Shadow, you were asking earlier about the name of the scenery developer, Hawaii Photoreal. Just Google that for P3D or FSX. And Night Shadow, you should be able to find links to the downloads for the various Photoreal sceneries for Hawaii. So this is Lanai below us. I've actually flown in here when I did my checkout with the FBO in the 172 here. I did an inter-island checkout because I had to do that in order to be able to fly to Molokai and fly to Kalapapa and other places in Hawaii. So we flew to Lanai, which is super cool. There's Lanai Airport below us. I wish I had my pictures, but I got them on my iPhone and my MacBook, but I could show you some great pictures from flying in here. It's such a beautiful island. So that's Lanai below us, and of course you got Maui kind of obscured a little bit by cloud cover over there on the left side of the airplane. So we'll have so there's Maui over there. That's spectacular. And we're looking at the western side of Maui there. We're looking at the eastern side of Maui there. I keep confusing my east and west. Why do I do that? And then on the western side of Maui, the eastern side of Maui. God, I keep doing that. The eastern side of Maui, you've got HOKLA, which is like, I think, an 11,000 foot high volcano that you can actually drive to the top of. There's a paved road that goes all the way to the top of it. Okay, arrival briefing. Let's do it real quick. Okay, from Lanai, onto Zilna onto Tami. We want to cross Tami at 5,000, at least that's what I assumed. Onto Beka, about 4,500. And then onto Veki. At Veki, we're going to join the ILS 17 approach into Kailua Kona. Transition level, flight level 180, radar DME required. That's all good. XDJ X-Track, how's it going? Yes, I do have X-Plane 11 there, XDJ X-Track. So nobody had any guesses on Ellison Onizuka. That's interesting. Ellison Onizuka was one of the astronauts on the Challenger mission. Actually, was it Challenger or Columbia? I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was Columbia. It was probably Columbia, actually. So you remember the Columbia disaster. Ellison Onizuka was one of the astronauts on the space shuttle. And so he perished, but he was from the big island of Hawaii. And that's why they named the airport after him. The airport we're going into. Onizuka International, named after Ellison Onizuka. So we're going to do the ILS runway 17. Identifier for the localizer is India Kilo Oscar Alpha. Frequency is 109.7. Let's go ahead and tune that in. Whoops, I forgot to go to perf mode. Let's start our descent here. I gotta go to vertical speed mode, I think. Actually, we're coming up on... Okay, we're just about to hit our top of descent, thankfully. I didn't miss that. I thought I did, but I didn't miss it. Let's set our landing speed bugs as well there. 1 second. Too much to do, because I've been blabbing away and talking about the scenery. Okay, 109.7, that's set. Not set. 109.7 needs to be set. Let's set that. 109.7. Okay, 109.7 is set now. And final approach course is 174, so let's set 174 here. Okay, 174. And let's talk about the approach routing. Okay, so from Veki at 3,000 feet, we're going to descend down to 1,500 feet at Egypt. Egypt is going to be our final approach fix. And then we're heading down the glide slope at that point. Decision altitude for the ILS is going to be 247 feet. So let's set the decision altitude bug there to about 250. So we're going to set that real quick. There we go. That's good enough. About 250. We've started our descent, by the way. The PMS is commanding a descent in perf descent mode. That is all looking good. Okay, that is looking great. Visibility minimum half a statute mile in this approach. MSA is within 25 nautical miles. The Kona VOR 3,300 feet to the left, or the left, 3,300 feet to the west, 11,500 feet to the north, northeast, and 14,900 feet to the north. The southeast. So we got that. Of course, you got these really high MSAs to the east of the airport because you've got, you know, those really tall mountains there. You've got Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, which are really, really tall, you know, shield volcanoes on the Big Island. But there's our MSAs, and in case we need to go and miss, we're going to climb to 460 feet, then a climbing right turn to 5,000 feet, outbound in the Kona 294 radial to the Andes intersection, 11.7 DME from Kona, and we'll hold there. Continue climb and hold at 5,000 feet if required, or as directed by ATC. I'm going to set the Kona VOR in nav2 there, 112.1, so let me do that here real quick. 112.1, that's set, and I want to set that radial. It's going to be 294, so I'm going to set the 294 radial in nav2. Just in case we need to go and miss for any reason. So that's set, and DME required, just checking the notes here, DME required. Use the DME when on the localizer course. Autopilot coupled approach not authorized below 415. We're going to go manual below 500, or, you know, above 415. That's not a problem. Pilot control lighting not applicable in the sim, obviously. So we got all that. That's looking good. Let's check on the map here. We're going to do a flaps 28 landing. Auto brake set to medium. Our final approach speed is going to be 139. And we're going to roll out probably to Charlie, and then taxi via Charlie Alpha to the terminal. And at that point, we'll change airplanes once again, fast forward to the near future, and we'll fly the TFDi 717 to Honolulu after that. But that is getting ahead of myself, so we're all good there. Okay, we're on the Weki 9, we're descending. Our next fix is Tammy, I think, actually. That's coming up in a hurry. Okay, so we're coming up on Tammy in a hurry. And do we need drag required? Okay, I'm just going to get the speed brake out there so that we can descend a little bit faster. No, hold on. Drag is not required. D/R stands for Dead Reckoning because I don't have a VOR tuned in. So to the PMS for some additional, you know, precision. So D/R stands for Dead Reckoning. I want to make sure I don't confuse that with drag required, which is a whole other thing. Okay, let's go ahead and do our descent check here. And we're below transition. Let's reset altimeters to the local altimeter setting, which was 29905. 29905, and let's go ahead and do our approach brief. Or not our approach brief. We've already done our approach brief. Any questions?
Captain, we're doing an auto land today?
No.
Okay.
Descent check.
Descent check. Fuel quantity. Minimum pounds for our alternate is good.
Checked.
Approach briefing.
Checked.
Landing data.
Set and checked.
Descent check. Completed.
Okay, VREF is still the same. Approach check.
Approach check. Navigation.
Set.
Approach check completed.
Okay, approach check completed. We've got our seatbelts on. We're coming up on 10,000 here in a hurry. I'm hoping we make this... Yeah, we should be fine. We'll make
Yes.
Tammy at 5,000. I'm going to roll my altitude selector here down
Thanks
at
for letting me
3,000.
know.
That's the altitude I want to be at
Captain, the cabin and
Becky.
galley are secure for landing.
Well, we're all good. We're doing great here. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Oh, you got it, Night Shadow? That's awesome. Yeah, I think you'll really enjoy it. You know, it is an amazing freeware project for sure. You know, I just absolutely love it. It's still, in my opinion, probably one of the best freeware scenery projects for P3D. It's so well done. And it really kind of captures the look of the islands from the air, in my view, in P3D. It looks absolutely amazing. I'm going to try and link to a stream that I did earlier. This was way back earlier this year, where we flew along the sea cliffs on the North Shore of Molokai in this scenery, and it was just stunning. You know, it actually looked like what it does in real life, to an extent, of course, given all the limitations of P3D. Okay, coming up on 10,000 there. Let's go and get the landing lights on. There we go. And going through a little bit of cloud cover here. We're doing good. All right. I'm going to see if I can find a link to it. You know, I might do it later. We might do it while we're changing planes later. Jason's Jang says you also forever have a hard time with E versus whiskey. Okay. Night Shadow says you still work for the Navy. Oh, that's awesome, Night Shadow. I didn't know that, actually. That's great. And you work in the medical arena, I'm guessing. That's awesome. I'm sorry. That was related to the East versus West. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't know why I keep mixing those up. You know, I only tend to do that a lot in the Hawaiian Islands. I don't know why. East versus West is not a good thing to mix up when you're a pilot. You know, because as you know, pilots have a notoriously bad sense of direction. Okay, folks, we're going to cut now to a live shot in the cockpit of the cabin crew, not the cabin crew, but the flight crew, engaging in some intense preparation for landing, involving imbibing copious amounts of Kona coffee, and getting ready for landing. Let's check in with a live shot from the cockpit right now. Yep, there you go. That's how we do it on the DJ Aviator stream. We imbibe copious amounts of super expensive Kona coffee, and that's how we prepare for landings on this channel. So there you go. All right, Sam, how's it going? Thanks for flying, or thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we're descending through 7,000 feet there. Night Shadow, I don't think I can, because Lokestar was flying a TBM, so he was going a lot slower than I was, since he was flying the TBM. So he's probably way behind me. We haven't heard from Lokestar in a while. Oh yeah, Lokestar earlier was saying he's too slow for us. Yeah, so there you go. He's probably well behind us here. Okay, so we are a little high here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and reduce my speed here. So let's go into speed select mode there. And I'm going to reduce my speed down to, let's say, 210 for now. There we go. Slats extend. Okay, slats being extended.
Speed checked. Looking
at the speed placard there, one of the benefits of the MD-80, of course, is these incredibly high, you know, maximum flaps extension and slats extension speed. Maximum slat extension speed is 280 knots. I don't know why I put the gear down. I didn't want that. That was a mistake. I just wanted slats to be extended. But slats extend speed is 280 knots. And then flaps 11 extend speed is 280 as well. So these are super high placarded, you know, maximum flaps extension and slats extension speeds, which is super cool. Okay, I'm gonna set my heading bug here to approximately where we are right now. And let's go ahead and arm the approach mode there, ILS, there we go. Okay, we're gonna level off at 3,000, and then we're gonna capture the localizer and the glide slope. in short order. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and do this landing here at Kailua Kona. I'm going to check on the METAR in active sky here real quick just to make sure nothing changed. Yeah, nothing changed. We're all good. Final approach speed is going to be 139. Going to reduce speed here to 180. Flaps 11.
Speed checked.
Okay.
Flaps 11 set.
And we got some views of the Big Island there. It's too bad it's kind of hazy because we can't really see Mauna Kea. We can see the smaller shield volcano that's beside Kona, close to Kona, but Mauna Kea, it's there in the distance. You can sort of make it out through the haze, but it's super hard to see. It's right below the half moon there. Do you see it? You can make out the silhouette of Mauna Kea there. Mauna Kea, of course, has the distinction of being the tallest mountain on Earth if you measure it from its base at the bottom of the ocean all the way to its summit. Flaps 15.
Speed checked.
And I'm not sure how much the equatorial bulge
Flaps 15 set.
factors in as well to its ranking versus Everest. I mean, of course, measured from sea level, it's nowhere near the height of Everest. But measured from its actual base at the bottom of the ocean, you know, it is the tallest mountain on the planet. And I've actually been up there. I've actually been at the top of Mauna Kea, which was a super cool experience. There's an observatory up there. They do a lot of fantastic, like, you know, astronomical, fantastic, like, astronomy from those observatories there. And that was a super fun experience going up there. Okay, let's go ahead and slow down to our final approach speed here, 139. Gear down. There we go.
Gear is down.
Flaps 28.
Speed checked.
Alright, let's go ahead and land at
Altitude.
At Kona.
1887. Armed. Flaps 28 set.
that was the, I don't know what he was doing there. That's strange. That's a strange altitude to arm. I don't know what that was all about. Let's disregard that. I don't know what's going on with that. Altitude 1887. I don't know what's going on. Final check.
Final check. Gear.
Down.
Ignition.
Set to B.
Checked. Auto spoilers and auto brakes.
Armed.
Checked. Flaps and slats.
Flaps 28, land.
Checked. Annunciator panel is checked. Landing clearance.
Received.
Checked. Final check complete.
Okay, final check complete. We got the runway in sight. Looks like it's a beautiful day here in Kailua Kona. By the way, you can see some of the, the cinder cones, right? Where, those are some of the eruption sites on the shield volcano. You can see some of them. And every once in a while, you'll see lava flows as well. So if you look for like kind of black spots on the ground, like up there at the airport itself, there's actually lava flows really close to the airport. In fact, there's some old lava flows on the airport grounds themselves. It's kind of cool. Okay, let's go ahead and land here. Obviously, we want the autopilot off about 415 feet. Let's get it off right now. Autopilot is off. Taking manual control. Yeah, and let's see how we do. We got a crosswind from the right. 230 knots at, correction, 230 degrees at 7 knots. If I had a 230 knots crosswind,
500 above.
I don't know what I'd do. I think I would have to land backwards, right? Alright. Here we go, we're lined up. Accounting for that crosswind there. I think I'm a little bit left of center line there. I'm gonna go ahead and crab a little more into the wind there. There we go, getting a little better, getting back on track.
Approaching minimums.
Okay.
Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
There we go. Touchdown.
Spoilers deployed.
Reversers.
4 reverse lights.
And that was a relatively okay crosswind landing. Not the best, but it wasn't bad.
60.
And I think we're going to be able to exit here well before that taxiway we were thinking of earlier. So we'll exit here on the left. Slow down enough for that. All right, folks, welcome to the Big Island of Hawaii. They called it the Big Island because, you guessed it, it's big. It's the biggest island by far. Actually, all these islands started out pretty big, you know, when you think about it. The Big Island, the size of it is probably representative of where Oahu was in terms of size, you know, hundreds of thousands of years ago when it was over the Hawaiian hotspot. So these islands are formed because there's this massive hotspot at the bottom of the ocean that's constantly erupting lava. And when that lava reaches the the surface of the sea, obviously it forms islands. But the tectonic plate that the Hawaiian island chain is on, right, is constantly moving over that hotspot towards the northeast. So because of that, you've got, let's go ahead and turn to the right here, and we'll taxi the terminal. Actually, let's check out a replay first, but I'm going to get turned here before I check out the replay. But because you've got the plate moving to the northeast over that hotspot, essentially the islands grow once they're, you know, over the hotspot. And once they move past the hotspot, at that point they're completely subject to the forces of erosion, right? The forces of wind, etc. And over time, you know, they go through these massive landslides where significant portions of the islands just carve away and fall into the ocean. So the sea cliffs, the North Shore of Molokai, are a great example of that. Those sea cliffs formed because, you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a massive landslide where like a good portion of the island of Molokai just fell into the ocean floor, which was just absolutely amazing. Good thing people weren't around to see that, right? Okay, let's go ahead and check out a replay here. I'm very quickly going to create a save point. Thanks, Night Shadow. Much appreciated. Mahalo. Okay, let's check out a replay real quick, and then we'll taxi in, and we'll change planes for the third time today. Actually, correction, for the second time today, we'll change planes. Okay, let's go ahead and check out a quick... Oh, forgot to turn off vPilot. 1 second. I'm going to turn off vPilot. I forgot to do my radio calls because I forgot I'm on VATSIM. Okay, that's taken care of. All right. ChasePlane has this really cool feature where if you try to use the replay system while you're still connected to vPilot, it warns you. So that's a super helpful thing to have. Okay, let's check out a quick replay here, and then we'll change planes. By the way, I was thinking of this earlier. Jason, if you're still on, what are things like in the business jet world at this point? You know, have things slowed down as much as in the, you know, commercial airline market, or are things a little less affected by the pandemic in the business jet world? Because I'm wondering how Dassault is kind of weathering the storm, so to speak, with the pandemic that's going on. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Yeah, that worked out really nicely. I'm pretty pleased with that one. Let's check out a view from the landing gear in a hot second here. We'll check out, where's my belly cam? Where's my belly cam? Because I wanted to see, where is it? 1 second. There we go. Okay. I wanted to see the view from right here so that I can see the crab being kicked out. on that approach, because I was really happy with that crosswind landing. Now, if you're an actual MD-80 pilot, I'm sure that was far from textbook, but being an amateur, I was pretty pleased with that one. Okay, so you can see the crab at this point. Got that crab, right? Given that we had a crosswind from the right. And I want to see how it worked out in terms of kicking out that crab. How's everybody in chat doing? Hope you're all doing good. Here we go. Let's see how this worked out. Yeah, it actually worked out okay. That wasn't super dramatic from that view, but it worked out okay. Alright. Let's do a tower view real quick, and that's going to be the last replay before we park at the gate, or the stand, and switch planes. And it's really amazing when you think about it, right? Because if you're standing here and you look to the south, there's nothing but ocean for thousands of miles until you get to some islands in the South Pacific. It really is quite remarkable just how isolated this island chain is. Yeah, that was nice. You could actually see the crab getting kicked out there right before I touched down. Super pleased with that landing. That was nice. Alright. Love the clamshell reversers as well on this airplane. It's really nicely modeled by Leonardo. Okay, let's go ahead and park here, and we'll switch planes. Alright, let's do our after landing check. After landing check. After landing check.
After landing check.
Okay, co-pilot going through the after landing check there, and for those of you who are not familiar with this, if you've ever flown in here in real life, you probably know this all too well. But one of the great things about Kailua Kona and the Ellison Onizuka International Airport is that it's like an airport stuck in time. There's no jetways to this airport. It's still this kind of like old-fashioned, you got stairs that meet you at the stand, and essentially the stairs connect, and you kind of deboard, and you board and unboard the airplanes in the open, which is super cool. Very, very rare to see that at airports these days, especially in the United States. It's one of the very, very few airports that you're going to do that at. Flaps and slats. Okay, flaps and slats being retracted here. Let's go ahead and set the parking brake, and let's go ahead and shut down. Make sure the APU is on the buses. It is. Retracted. Okay, flaps and slats retracted. Let's go ahead and shut down. Gonna go ahead and stop the clock. About 15 minutes, gate to gate. Seatbelt signs can be turned off. And yeah, we're done, folks. Welcome to Kailua Kona. Knight Shadow says I think it's something like 11,000 miles to Christmas Island. Holy cow. Well, it's probably not 11,000, right? but it's pretty high. It's a high number. It's probably not literally 11,000, but it's a pretty high number, I'm sure. Okay, folks, welcome to Kailua Kona. Very quickly going to create a save point here. Let's go to the Be Right Back screen, and we're gonna through the magic of the flight sim menu here in P3D, we're going to go ahead and switch airplanes and fast forward to the year 2001 when the Boeing 717-200 was introduced into Hawaiian's inter-island fleet. So we're going to switch the TFDi 717 right now. Give me a couple of moments here to load up, and we're going to load up using the new livery, of course. Night Shadow, I was just kidding around. I was just joking. I knew you were exaggerating on purpose there. But I just thought it was funny. 11,000 miles. 11 trillion miles, right? 11,000. Anyway, loading up the TFDi 717 here. Hopefully we have no problems loading it up. Just going to give it a few more seconds to load up there. Hopefully this works. Hopefully the sim does not crash. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's actually working. I can hear the sounds. I can hear very good sounds there. It sounds like it's actually working. That is fantastic. Okay. TFDi 717 is loaded up. Look at this. You know, knock on wood, if we don't have a single sim crash during this stream today, I'm going to be incredibly proud. Let's go to the ready to start mode there. And what I need to do is I need to pull up PFPX here, folks. So I'm going to put you in the external camera there. And so let's go ahead and open up the door. Now let's put the wheel chocks in, cones in. In fact, here's what we're going to do. We're going to hook up the air stairs. Give me a second here while we set some things up. So GSX air stairs are going to pull up there. Let's go ahead and start setting some things up in here. I wanted to pull up PFPX because I had my flight plan in PFPX, and I also have my, you know, zero fuel weight. Oops, zero fuel weight, and am I still on the Be Right Back screen? No, I'm on the streaming scene. Okay, that's good. I got my zero fuel weight and release fuel in PFPX, so I got those numbers. Let's go ahead and put these numbers in. 98206 is what I'm looking for. How do I set my zero fuel weight in here? Is there a way to do that? Oh, I gotta go to the, I know how to do that. One second. TFDi add-on manager. That's how I do this. Okay, I totally forgot about this. Okay, I gotta set it up in here. Okay, zero fuel weight is, what was it? 98206. Let me put that in. 98206. Send payload to sim. Hopefully that works. And fuel weight is going to be 8,900. Let's put in 9,000. We're just going to round that up to be safe. 9,000. Send fuel to sim. Okay. Zero fuel weight ended up at 101,200. Why? One second. Let me show you what I'm up to here. Desktop capture scene. I'm just going to change the loadings using this load manager here, or the fuel and payload manager. Okay. Payload 3704. Why is this not working properly? Zero fuel weight, that looks good. 4,500. Okay. Oh, now it's reset. Okay, now it's 98,200. Gross weight 107,200. Okay, that's looking good to me. That's great. Okay, let's put you back on the P3D scene there, and let's go ahead and get going in a hurry here. Okay, I wanted to pull up my paper checklist, but before I do that, let's set things up in the FMC here. So this, by the way, if this FMC looks familiar, if actually this entire panel layout looks familiar, that's because it essentially came off the MD-11. So pretty much the flight deck arrangement in here, the FMC logic, the autopilot logic, autoflight logic rather, all of this stuff is just right off the MD-11 because McDonnell Douglas was developing both the MD-11 and the MD-95, which became the Boeing 717, around the same time frame. Night Shadow was asking, may I ask how many monitors? Night Shadow, I'm just using one on my PC, but I've got my MacBook up on the side so that I can monitor chat and I can monitor the quality of the stream. I've done a dual monitor setup before so that I can monitor Streamlabs, but I've had difficulties with that before, so I try to avoid that. If that makes any sense. Okay, let's go ahead and put in the information that we need here. So we're going to go from Kailua Kona to Honolulu, and that's going to be the end of our flight today, Honolulu. Okay, and our cost index is going to be 35. Cruising altitude is going to be, one second, what is that going to be? Cruising altitude is going to be, what the hell? It's can't possibly be 8,000. One second, I gotta find out a suitable cruising altitude for a flight today. Give me a second here. Because the PFPX was giving me 8,000, that doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna go to FlightAware and find something that makes sense. I'm just gonna look up a flight plan here real quick on FlightAware. or a recent flight rather, between these airports on FlightAware. So PHKO, oh, PHKO, there we go. And we're gonna go to Honolulu. Okay, let me search for this real quick. There we go, okay. Oh, interestingly, Hawaiian Airlines is gonna be flying an A321. That's scheduled within an hour and 28 minutes going from Kailua Kona to Honolulu. Digressing a little bit there. Okay, cruising altitude of flight level 200. So I'm going to put in 200 here. Let's put in 200 real quick. So 200 cruising flight level. What's our flight number? Our flight number is going to be Hawaiian 217. Hawaiian 217 today. Okay, we got all that set up. Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's go to block. Let's put in block fuel there. Oops. Let's put in our zero fuel weight. I think I actually got to type that in, don't I? Yeah, I do. So let's go back to status there. Zero fuel weight is 98.2. 98.2. Let's put that in. Okay. Takeoff CG is going to be 19.6. Let's put that in. Night Shadow says Captain Obvious was testing you. There you go. That's exactly right. I think Captain Obvious is bearing off on me a little bit too. I think that's what's going on. Okay. All right. 1 second here. Let's go back to some different chill music. There we go. That's better. All right. We got everything here. Okay. Our alternate, by the way, is going to be where we departed from initially in the DC-9 about 50 years ago, right? Because we're going through time in the stream. But that our alternate is going to be Kahului in Maui. Okay, that's all good. Let's go to the flight plan page here. Let's put in our departure. Our SID is going to be... Are we doing a SID today? I don't think we are. I think we're just getting radar vectors. So we're departing off of 17. Let's just go ahead and put that in. Insert, and let me pull up my flight plan on my iPad real quick so we can program all this stuff in. Sorry folks, this is the boring part where everything gets set up. But hopefully some of us avid flight sim streamers are, or avid flight sim enthusiasts are okay with the boring FMC setup stuff. As you can see, right, for those of you that have been following or watching all along from the beginning of the stream, it really is a quantum leap in flight deck setup, right? It really is a quantum leap in terms of the cockpit layout from the DC-9 that we started out with, going to the MD-80, and now finally with the 717. It really is a quantum leap. Okay. Alright, got my routing here. Routing is going to be KOA, so KOA. That gets put in there. Okay, and then I'm going to put in the Victor 15 airway. Actually, correction, Victor 20 airway, Victor 20. Victor 20, that goes in there. And finally, we're going to end up... 1 second here. I'm trying to pull up my flight plan in a way that I can understand. Okay, HOKLA. We're going to end up at HOKLA. HOK, Hotel Oscar Kilo Lima Alpha. HOKLA. There we go. Insert that. Okay, so this is all looking good. Typho HOKLA. And then at HOKLA, we're going to join the Joule 5 arrival, Julie 5 arrival into Honolulu. So we're going to put in the Julie 5. Joule 5. Okay, Honolulu, Joule 5, HOKLA transition. And we're probably going to land on, you know, on 4 right, because the winds are out of the east today at Honolulu. So ILS 4 right Zulu should be good enough. Let's go ahead and insert that. Return to flight plan. Let's make sure there's no discos here. Yep, everything is connected. That is exactly what you love to see when you're initializing your flight plan in the FMC. Okay, that's all looking good. Let's go to the perf page. Let's check to make sure everything here looks good. Indeed it does. Oh, wait, 1 second. What's going to be our... Actually, I want to go to my takeoff approach page, right? Yeah, okay. So let's see, what's going to be our takeoff flap setting? This does have the dial of flap as well, by the way. Takeoff flap setting is going to be 13 degrees today. So flaps 13 for departure. Let's do a flex temp of 45. No slope, but we do have winds at about 5, like a headwind component about 5. Outside air temperature, I think, was 28. Let's put that in. Let's confirm that's correct. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay, 28. And we got our V speeds, 127, 133, 140. That's confirmed. And I want my acceleration height to be reduced significantly, so I'm going to put that at the same as the climb thrust there, 1547. Okay, acceleration height's reduced significantly. That's good. Okay, got everything set up here. AJ, how's it going, AJ? I haven't seen your name in a while. I hope life in your neck of the woods is treating you well. AJ, if I remember correctly, you're from the fine state of Tennessee, aren't you? I hope life is treating you well wherever you are at the moment there, AJ. And by the way, to all of the folks from the U.S., I hope you're all anticipating on a good Thanksgiving, despite, you know, everything that's going on with the increased cases of COVID in the U.S. and all the restrictions and lockdowns. I do hope all of you are anticipating a good Thanksgiving, or at least as best a Thanksgiving as you can make it, given everything that's going on in the world. What else did I want to do here? Oh, I want to set my headings bug to 1. You know what? Actually, let's go off the SID. Don't need to set this right now. Okay, I think I have everything set up for now. Let's do our departure briefing here real quick. Night Shadow was saying the first heavy you ever purchased was the PMDG MD-11. The overhead drove you crazy, but you love flying the plane. Totally, Night Shadow. That was one of my favorite airplanes in FSX. I really, really wish they'd ported it over to P3D version 4, but I guess, right, as I've heard that the sales numbers weren't very good for the PMDG MD-11, and so it wasn't worth it for them to port it over. But I really loved flying that airplane for sure. It was so well modeled. It was really, really nicely done. Night Shadow says your first flight was a tutorial. Yeah, absolutely. I remember doing, I think, Chicago to like somewhere in the New York City area. I think that was my first flight, if I'm not mistaken. AJ says, yeah, been busy with a move and finishing up EMT school, amongst other things. We'll be moving in 3 weeks. Well, congratulations, AJ, and yeah, I hope you have a good finish to EMT school as well. That is fantastic. Jason says, nope, family gathering canceled. Oh man, Jason. Yeah, that's the story with a lot of folks. You know, we decided to cancel our big family gathering just because it's just no way, you know, this year with a pandemic. One of my family members actually came down with COVID a few weeks ago, and it was just an absolutely scary time because he was really, really ill with it for a while. On the recovery, on the mend, but it was scary there for a while. So, you know, I really do hope people take it seriously, right? Because it's such an incredibly dangerous disease, you know, especially if you're in the older demographic. Okay, what did I want to do here? I wanted to go to the legs page or the flight plan page on this side. I'm going to keep the takeoff page on this side. And let's see. What else did I want to do? Oh, let's do our departure briefing. We got to do our departure briefing real quick. Oh, one other thing I wanted to do, I want to set my stab trim there, 4.9 units. So let me set my stab trim real quick. Not 4.9 units, 4.5 units. As per the takeoff data calculations, 4.5. That's set. Okay, let's do our departure brief here real quick. I'm going to create a save point. Screen's going to go blank while I do that. And let's do our departure briefing. Of course, I got to go through a whole long drawn-out process here of pulling up the requisite iPad on screen. Give me a second. The joys of streaming never fail to manifest themselves. But I'm gonna mirror my iPad here real quick. There we go. iPad is mirrored. iPad is mirrored. That's step 1. Step 2 is to bring up my iPad on screen. There we go. Okay, so hopefully you all can see my iPad right now. Let's go ahead and do our departure briefing. All right, so this is going to be a standard left seat takeoff, flaps 13 degrees for takeoff, flex temp rather of 45 degrees. Packs on for takeoff. V speeds 127, 133, 140. And let's take a look at the weather at Kailua Kona. Shouldn't have changed a whole lot since, whoops. Shouldn't have changed a whole lot since, oh boy, why is my active sky client not opening? 1 second. I'm just gonna pull up the METAR on my MacBook. PHKO METAR, give me a second. Sims, my computer's acting up, I don't know why. Okay, PHKO, okay. Winds are now 200 at 6 knots, visibility 10 statute miles. Clouds scattered 2500, broken at 5500. Just going to turn down the chill music there a little bit so it doesn't register as more than a murmur in the background. Ceilings broken at 5500 and 10,000. Temperature 282.22. Altimeter is 29095. Going to set altimeter 29095 there. Okay, and let's take a look at the airport diagram here. Actually, 1 second. Do we have? Yeah, we got. Hold on. Okay, there's the airport diagram. So we're at the terminal there. We're gonna push back onto the ramp, right? And then we're gonna taxi via Alpha to hold short of 17 for, you guessed it, for takeoff. During the departure, any malfunctions before V1, engine failure, fire, loss of control, aircraft unsafe to fly, we're gonna reject the takeoff. Brake, exit off the runway if possible, and advise ATC. Any malfunctions after V1, we're going to go airborne and deal with the problem in the air. Pending that is just radar vectors for us today. We do have some SIDs, but I'm not going to use them. So, oops, where's the SID? There it is. Okay. We do have a couple of SID procedures here. You know, we could do the AMRI 4 or whatever. In fact, we could do the AMRI 4 actually. So essentially, we're going to climb on a heading of 174 to 500 feet, then a climbing right turn to intercept the Kona 294 radial to AMRI, then via transition. This kind of makes sense because these fixes here, Andes, Typho, AMRI, these fixes are on the Victor 20 airway, which we want to join anyway. So we'll sort of fly the SID without actually flying it. So I'm going to set my heading bug here to an intercept heading, which is, let's say 310. Yeah, 310 should be good enough. Just gonna set that real quick. So initially we're gonna climb out, you know, on runway heading. Once we're about 500 feet, I can go ahead and turn. Wait a minute, what am I doing? You know what? I'm gonna put in 294 for now. let's just put in 270 for now, or 280. We'll figure it out later. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. 174 degree heading to 500 feet. About 500, we're going to turn right, and we'll join the flight plan route to Typho and HOKLA. Okay, yeah, we're all good there. That's basically our departure briefing. Let's go ahead and hide the iPad away real quick. AJ, absolutely. We'll see in a bit. Night Shadow says your father was a firefighter in the 1960s. He would be losing his mind having to wear all that PPE. Yeah, I can imagine, right? Yeah, I can imagine. Just gonna hide my iPad here. Stop mirroring. There we go. Close my Air server client. Don't need that anymore. And let's see what our check captain, who's still with us. He's still with us. Let's see what he thinks of that. Of that departure briefing. Let's see what he thinks. Yeah, he's getting pretty antsy, actually, it looks like. He's getting kind of antsy. He's doing the Running Man dance. And actually, maybe sort of a cross between antsy and excited. You know, he's doing the jazz hands, dancing with his phone. I think basically he's sending me the same message everybody on stream is sending me, which is, let's take off, damn it. Let's get going already. We've been wasting too much time on the ground. Okay, let's get going here. Logstar says he just landed. Sorry I missed the landing, Logstar. I can hop back on VATSIM for the next leg if you want me to. So let me know if you want to fly along. And if you want to fly along in a faster plane, that might be more fun because we get to have you fly along with us. AJ was saying earlier. Let's see, what did I miss? AJ was saying earlier, or Jason was saying, we'll all get through this together. Absolutely, Jason. Those are good sentiments. I agree with that. AJ was saying you do at the firehouse just had to get NREMT. You even got the nice washable mask. That is awesome, AJ. I gotta remember to keep my masks, you know, properly, you know, washed and all that jazz. Because I've got these, you know, regular sort of like cloth masks, right? Okay, let's go ahead and get going here. Let's go through a checklist. Actually, give me 1 second here, folks. If you don't mind, let me give you some cinematic shots here. And I'm going to step away for like a minute because I've been streaming for about 3.5 hours here. I'm just going to take a quick break of about a minute. I'm going to go refresh my cup of Kona coffee, which is getting kind of cold. And also I'm reaching the bottom of the cup here. So I'm going to go refresh my cup of Kona coffee, which we desperately need. And I'm going to be right back in about a minute. All right, I'll see you all back here in just a minute. Lokestar, the next leg is going to be to Honolulu. And I can talk about that once I'm back. Actually, one thing I could do is, before I go, Lokestar, just so that you have access to this, I'm going to go ahead and file a flight plan using the vPilot client. That way you can kind of see what the story is. So let me do that here real quick before I step away. So we're going to go Kona to Honolulu. PHNL, alternate is PHOG, of course. Time en route about 30 minutes. Going to be cruising at flight level 200. And we're going to be doing Kona, Victor 20, HOKLA, Joule 5. So you have access to the flight plan and all that stuff. If you spot me on VATSIM there, Omar. So, okay, folks, I'm going to be right back in about 15 minutes. And did I say 15 minutes? Not 15 minutes. Not 15 minutes. Don't all rush off all of a sudden. I'm going to be right back in a minute to 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes for sure. Okay. Night Shadow, absolutely. I agree. It's a really nice livery. I'll be right back, folks. Okay, folks, I'm back. Sorry, that took me a little while, but I'm back with you. All right, let's go ahead and get some of that chill music back on. Let's get the sound engine back on in P3D. And let's get ready to go here. I got my paper checklist, which is super helpful. Essentially, the paper checklist is just a copy of, you guessed it, the checklist here. So I can go ahead and hide the this really useless EFB in for the TFDi 717. I call it useless because it doesn't quite have the same functionality as the EFB that we saw in the Leonardo Maddog. That was actually a pretty useful EFB because you can do your performance calculations, you can actually, you know, do some maintenance operations, get your charts, etc. This doesn't have any of that. You know, if you want to do your charts, you got to actually export them in a PNG or JPEG format. It's just too much of a pain. The only thing it lets you do is get rid of things like cones, wheel chocks, close the doors, etc. So door is being closed. It was open earlier. All that stuff is done. Status, all this is looking good. Let's go ahead and hide the iPad away. Don't need that anymore. Or the not an iPad away. Let's do our checklist here. So I wanted to do my, where is it? I wanted to do my pushback checklist. So actually, let's do a pre-flight checklist real quick. Interior, exterior inspection completed. Oxygen mask checked. Voice recorder checked. Cargo smoke checked. Air conditioning panel set. Let's go up top here. Yep, we got the packs off. Everything is looking good there. Ice protection panel set. Got the where is that? Yeah, windshield anti-ice is on. If you noticed, the layout has changed once again. So there's a lot of similarity to the DC-9 and MD-80, but things have been moved around. So now that I just flew the MD-80, I'm getting used to where things are all over again. Okay, but anti-ice, windshield anti-ice is on. Let's see, passenger signs on. Where are the seatbelt sign on, no smoking to auto. There we go, that's checked off. Flight control panel, FCP is set up here. Let's just go ahead and roll the altitude selector all the way up to 200, our final cruising altitude. 200 set, okay. Altimeter set and cross-check, 290905. Flight instruments checked. Everything is looking good there. Parking brake is set, takeoff warning, pretty straightforward, just going to stand the throttles up.
Slaps.
Want to hear those warnings, that's good. In fact, let's hear all the warnings. Let's hear the infamously named Being Betty. You know what Being stands for?
Brakes.
So you're hearing
Slaps.
all the Betty sounds in the airplane.
Brakes.
So, okay, takeoff warning tested. Fuel switches, disregard that. Radios and transponders, want to set 122.8, there we go. And transponder squawking 2200. Radar is off, aileron, rudder trim, all that is good. Stab trim set, departure briefing complete, flight attendant briefing complete. Logbook and QRH is on board virtually. Fuel required, we've got everything we need for now. Okay, doors closed, hydraulic pumps can all be turned on. Let's go to the overhead here. Doors closed, hydraulic pumps all on. Do I have the hydraulic pumps on? Where? Everything is in a different place. I'm getting used to things. There they are, hydraulic pumps. On. So engine, left and right system hydraulic pumps on, transfer pump on, aux pump on. That's good. Fuel panel is set. We don't have any fuel in the center tank, so left, right, forward, and aft fuel pumps are on. Transponder can be set to mode C there. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. Transponder, mode C, that's good. Ice protection set, beacon can be turned on. Do we have the beacon on? I think that's up top here. Yeah, beacon is on, that's good. It's dark cockpit logic here with light, so it'll only illuminate if it's off, so there we go. Seat back pocket, how's it going there, seat back pocket? A little extra emphasis on the F in the flaps there. I like it, extra importance. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I just said something and I completely forgot what I just said. But good to see you there, Jason. Welcome back. Jason, you were doing a fantastic job with the 727 the other day. You seemed a little off. You seemed a little rattled, but I got to tell you were handling it really, really good. As somebody who's experienced task saturation in real life, flying small airplanes, of course, but as somebody who is all too familiar with task saturation IRL, you were handling it just fine. All right, let's see. What else did I miss here? Night Shadow says, "Bot, please socially distance and sit in the rear of the plane." Holy cow, Night Shadow! I just realized something. that sort of automated message that I have with Aviator Bot is totally inappropriate in the current COVID pandemic era. So I do apologize for that. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that next time. By the way, Lokestar, Omar, are you still flying with us for this leg to Honolulu? And let me know if you want to fly along in a faster airplane. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the air stairs there, so that's gone. And yeah, I think we're good to go. We've done our pushback checklist. We just got to do our startup here in a second. So let's go ahead and request pushback here. Let's request pushback. Pushback tug is pulling up, or should be pulling up. I think he's waiting for the air stairs to move away completely before he pulls up. Now, this is incredibly ironic for those of you that use GSX and P3D, because while the pushback truck driver sometimes waits patiently for the air stairs to move out of the way, they have no problem driving their vehicles right into each other. If you've never experienced a airport bus in GSX driving right through your airplane at top speed, you haven't quite lived yet. You haven't yet gotten the full GSX experience. Seatback Pocket says the way Betty was making her calls. Oh, gotcha. Okay, the F and flaps. It is a very, very interesting, way of speaking. I'll give you that. Let's listen to it again.
Flaps.
Flaps. Yeah, I hear it. Flaps.
Flaps.
Flaps. She's really putting an emphasis on the F there for sure. Okay, let's go ahead and push back to, let's see. Let's push back to about here, actually. That should be good enough. All right.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brakes. Commencing push.
Okay, commencing push here. Let's go ahead and start up the engines. I don't think I need the start pump on, right? I don't think so. Okay, pretty straightforward engine start here. Just gonna pull the right engine start switch there. Wait, watch for it to illuminate. And we've got full FADEC, obviously, so as soon as I have oil pressure, I can move the fuel control switch into the on position. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to wait for an N2 rise above a certain value, but I think with the FADEC here in these super fancy turbofans on the MD-95, correction, Boeing 717, I think all I need to do once I pull the start switch is move the fuel controls switch to on. Indeed I am, Lokestar. How's it going?
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm here. Doing good.
What are we flying?
320 Neo.
Awesome. Okay. What's going on here? I feel like the engine is not starting up. We don't have an N1 rise. I think I need to get the start pump on. Okay, pushback is complete. Let's go ahead and set parking brake. Oh, I forgot something here. I know what I did. I know what I did wrong. It's not the start pump. It's where's my APU bleed? It's the APU. Galley power can be turned off. Where's the APU bleed? It's related to bleed air. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's, I just don't think I have enough bleed pressure here. 1 second. Where is it? What am I missing here? Because the engine is not starting. Oh, APU air is on, so I do have that. Packs are off. Let's get the left and right bleeds off, see if that helps. Nope, not helping. Hold on. What am I missing here? What am I missing? Seat back, you did just great. You did just great. It's all good. Night Shadow says, no worries, you need a little laughter. We have all cried enough this year. Absolutely, Night Shadow. I agree with that. You know, I gotta tell you, I almost thought that I was gonna lose this person in my life that was important to me when he caught COVID, and that was scary. You know, that was really, really scary. So yeah, I totally agree with those sentiments. You gotta get what you can, you know, given given what's going on these days. Folks, what am I missing? What am I missing for the engine start? Fuel control switch was on. We do have ignition. I'm just gonna get the start switch off right now. Start pump, fuel switches are on. Let me go through the checklist again. Beacon is on. What am I missing? Beacon shouldn't make any difference, but what am I missing here? Isolation valve is open. Does it need to go to auto? No, I think open is fine. Seatback says no, it's all good. Seatback. You know what I think is going on? I think you may be contagious, my friend. I think what happened to you on your stream on Thursday is happening to me right now. I'm just kidding, of course. What am I missing? What am I missing up here? I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? I got my APU air on. Yes, I do. I've got my packs off. You know what? I'm just gonna go to the bleeds to auto. See if that doesn't. It shouldn't do anything. Like the packs off is what you want for takeoff for the engine start. But I'm just gonna turn them to auto because it's kind of weird with the logic in this airplane. So let's go to start up again. I've pulled it. Nope, that's not gonna do anything. Okay, so those definitely need to be an off. Okay, those are an off. Now you're seeing N2 rising there. Let's move fuel on. And let's see if this works. Please work. Please work. Seatback, no, I think our luck just ran out because I was just mentioning earlier in the stream just how lucky we've been this stream in that we've had no sim crashes, and not to mention we've actually changed airplanes midstream, and the fact that we've had such an uneventful stream thus far is pretty impressive. Nope, no N1 rise. Why? 1 second. Let's check the air thing there. Yeah, packs are off. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want, is the packs off. So what is going on? Why don't I have an N1 rise here? Something is very, very off here. Does the isolation valve need to be in auto? No, that doesn't do anything. I've never had trouble starting this airplane up before, so this is super weird. Does anybody who flies the 717 regularly know what I'm doing wrong with the overhead? What am I doing wrong? What about aux pump like the MD-11? I've got that on. Oh, you mean like an aux fuel pump? I don't think we have that in here. We don't have an aux fuel pump here. You know what? Let's try starting the other engine. See if that does anything. Okay, the other engine is coming up. Fuel control switch to on. And let's see what happens here. One of the interesting things, so obviously we've got enough bleed pressure or the engine would just not turn, right? So we got that. What I want to see is I want to see fuel flow. Okay, so we got ignition. The one thing I'm not seeing is fuel flow. Aha! That might go some ways towards explaining what's going on. Are my fuel pumps on? They are. I'm just going to recycle the fuel pumps here. My fuel pumps are all on. Start pump is on. Ignition is on auto. Let's get the ignition to on. FADEC, all that is on. So what is going on? Yeah, Seatback, we had a plane switch midstream, so we went from the DC-9 to the MD-80, and then right now we're finishing up with the 717. Okay, folks, I apologize to all the purists on stream because I'm about to do something I never do, and that is I'm about to use the pseudo EFB here to just go to ready to fly configuration. So there you go. So I'm just going to have the airplane start everything up for me, because I can't deal with the issues we've been having. So just going to have the airplane put me into a ready to fly state. which should happen. Okay, and I'm probably going to have to reinitialize everything all over again, but it beats having to go through a long like engine start thing here. So sorry about this. PHK. This sucks. We got to do this all over again. PHNL. Let's do this here real quick. This shouldn't take too long. Although now it's stuck with the start valve open. What's going on? Man, something's off here. Let's go cold and dark, and let's go ready to fly now. I don't know why, it's almost like it doesn't want to start. It's like it just doesn't want to start. I hope I don't have to reload the sim, folks, in order to get this to start. This really sucks. Because if you look at this, nothing's happening. The engine does not want to start up, even doing this thing right here.
I think it's time for the good old Control-E method.
I tried that just now, actually. That didn't work. I actually tried that just now, the Control-E method. That didn't work either. Oh boy, this sucks. I did want to finish up with a 717 flight today, folks. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something here real quick, and that is, I'm gonna try, let me show you what I'm up to. I'm gonna try and switch between the default, whoops. One second, I'm gonna switch between the default F-22 and come back to the TFDi 717. And hopefully that should take care of it. I think maybe what is causing this is that I went from the Leonardo MD-80 to the TFDi 717, and maybe it just didn't like that. So let's switch to the default airplane here. Hopefully this works. Okay, so that loaded up. Now what I'm gonna do is switch back. Hold on. Let me start up the engines first of all. Let's start up the engines. Okay, engines are starting up. Sorry, folks, we're totally breaking your immersion here. For some reason, in a stream related to inter-island service in the DC-9 family of aircraft, we've gone from the DC-9 to the MD-80 to the 717 to the F-22. Now, technically, I would argue that given that there's a fleet of F-22s based at Honolulu International, I believe. No, engine start just doesn't seem to want to work. So maybe we found our bug. Okay, let me try this once again. Let me just try to load up the 717. 2 and 1. There you go, seatback. Okay, I'm gonna load up. I'm gonna load up the TFDi 717 here, and I'm just going to see if this works. If it doesn't work, folks, I'm really sorry about this, but what we're going to have to do is reload the sim. So let's see what happens here. Let's go back to the P3D scene there, and let's see if we can start up the engines now. This may or may not work, but let's see if it can start up. Okay. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna have to reload the sim, unfortunately. So I knew I was talking too soon earlier. I was tempting fate by saying I'm so glad nothing has gone wrong so far. I was tempting fate by doing that. Oh boy. Nope, not working. Not working at all. Let's see if the ready to flight state is willing to work just yet. Nope, not working. Okay, folks, here's what we're gonna have to do. If you're willing to stick around for about 10 minutes, actually not 10 minutes, about 7 minutes, what I'm gonna do is reload the sim, and we'll load up here. We'll have the aircraft, Hold on one second. Is it gonna start? I can see TGT rising there on engine 1, so maybe we'll get lucky. I don't know. Is this gonna work? Let's see. We do have N1 rising on number 1. Oh my god, are we going to get lucky? Is this going to work? Is this going to work? That is the question. We'll find out. We'll find out. I do appreciate all of you sticking around despite all the issues we're having. It wouldn't be a DJ Aviator stream without at least some technical issues of some sort, right? It looks like we have a good start on engine 1. Now we gotta wait for engine 2 to start up. Why is engine 2 not starting up? That's the question. What's going on? So we got engine 1 started up, but for some reason engine 2 does not want to cooperate. I'm gonna pull up the TFDi add-on manager here. Give me 1 second. It's so weird. This is just really, really weird. Yeah, we totally need a delay message. Let's check in with Captain Obvious, see how he's feeling about all this. Yeah, actually our check captain has got himself a bucket of popcorn, and other bucket of popcorn. He just never seems to run out of his stash of popcorn on the airplane. So he's holding up well, but I'm not. So here's what we're gonna do, folks, because I really do want to do this flight between Kona and Honolulu. I am going to shut down the sim, because I think that's the only thing I can do at this point. And yeah, I'm going to shut down the sim and and reload P3D, because I just don't think it liked me switching from the MD-80 to the TFDi. I think that was what the issue was. So let's go to the Be Right Back screen, and I'm going to have to shut down the sim here and reload. Should take about 7 minutes before we're fully back in the sim. And what I'm going to do is we're just going to put it in the ready to fly mode. We're very quickly going to load up the FMC, you know, the stuff in the flight plan, and we should be able to get going in a hurry once we've loaded back up. All right. Sorry about that, folks. William Baez, aloha to you. How are you doing, William? Thanks for hanging out today. Night Shadow earlier was saying you were positive and survived, and so was another family member. You have a lot to be thankful for. Absolutely, Night Shadow. That is good to hear, for sure. Okay, sim is shutting down right now. Hey, Lokestar, no worries. Thanks for doing that. Much appreciated. Okay, sim has shut down. Let's go ahead and reload the sim right now. We had to have at least one sim shutdown on stream, right? Okay, I'm gonna put in my, let's see. I'm gonna put in my 0 fuel weight and all this stuff into the add-on manager here real quick. So from TFDi, so it's 98,206. Send 0 fuel weight, send payload to sim, and total fuel is gonna be 9,000. I'm gonna send that to sim. Okay, that's sent off. Okay, just gonna wait on the sim to reload here. Should take about another 4 to 5 minutes, hopefully. Less if we're lucky. And then it's going to take another 2 to 3 minutes to load up the scenario and get going. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. William says you're glad to be able to join. Absolutely, William. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing great, William. I hope you're having a good start to your Thanksgiving week. You know, I was able to, as I mentioned on my previous stream, this year with the pandemic, I've had so much vacation time saved up, right? Because you know, what can you do with vacation time? So I decided to take the entire week off this week. And so I'll have a little bit of time to myself, which is going to be, you know, a little bit of time to myself and people around the house, which is going to be great. But the issue, of course, is unlike past years, you know, when I take vacation where I usually go someplace, I don't have that option this year. So it's going to be interesting. But it's going to be nice to take some time off, though. Okay, sim in the process of loading up here. Hopefully it doesn't take too much longer to load up. Okay, we'll let that load up here. William says you had to look up the PTO or rolling policy at work. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, for sure. Seat back if you're still around, by the way, Jason. Are you planning on? Have you done any more flying in the 727 off stream out of curiosity? Because that's a really, really fun bird to fly. You know, once you get the hang of it. Yeah. William, are you planning on taking the rest of the week off? William says you only took 1 week off and took the family to San Diego. That's awesome, William. I love San Diego. That's an awesome town. Weather there is nearly always great. Just a great town. Night Shadow was asking, do we have a before start checklist? Yeah, we do, Night Shadow. I was going through it earlier. So we went through that checklist earlier. But I think there was something wrong with the sim itself. So I figured the best thing to do was to restart the sim. But as of right now, my before start checklist is consisting of getting P3D loaded back up again. Jason says, yeah, 5 flights. That's awesome, Jason. That is great. Are you getting more comfortable with it, Jason, or do you feel like you're you're still not as happy with it? Seatback says having some issues with thrust on short final. Yeah, I think the airplane, the sim is just loaded back up, and now I gotta load the scenario. Give me a minute to do that here, folks. Just gonna load the scenario. One second here. I'm gonna load up from. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's load up where we were at before, because I saved the flight right before we crashed. But yeah, Jason, the 727 does require a fair amount of thrust on final, especially to keep your speed, your speed up with those, really, really draggy flaps. So it is a handful to fly for sure. I agree with that. I actually had a stream a while back, I think over the summer, towards the tail end of the summer. I'm going to find a link to it, Jason. Hopefully it helps you a little bit, where I actually did a bunch of challenging approaches in the 727. But, you should be able to see the throttle settings that I was using during that, because I felt like I was playing around with the throttle a lot, on approach and on short final in this airplane as well. The TFDi, not the TFDi, but the FlyJ 727. Got TFDi on the brain today. 1 second, just gonna find a link to this real quick, if I can. I actually did something really fun in the 727. This was right before MSFS came out for a stream. We did the New York City Challenging Approaches Trifecta. So in the old 727, we flew. Just finding the link here. We flew from. We flew out of LaGuardia. We flew to out of LaGuardia. We flew to Newark International. Within the New York City area, obviously. We flew to Newark International. We attempted the Seward Visual 2.9 into sim is loaded back up here. That's good. We did this Seward Visual 2.9er, if I remember correctly. Is it the Seward Visual? The Highway Visual 2.9er, whatever it's called, into Newark, and then we flew to JFK. We flew the Expressway Visual into JFK, and then we flew back to LaGuardia and did it was the Stadium Visual. The Stadium Visual 2.9er at Newark first, then the Parkway Visual at Newark, not Newark, but JFK. God, I'm not thinking all of a sudden. At JFK, and then lastly we did the Expressway Visual at LaGuardia. So that was a ton of fun in that flight. And I usually try to go through everything in detail in my streams too, so hopefully that video might be a little bit helpful there, Jason. I'm not sure. But let's go ahead and do our pushback once again here. Prepare for pushback and departure, Hawaiian Airlines. And tell you what, before the pushback tug even shows up, I'm going to go ahead and try to start up here. And hopefully we can start up. APU air is on, everything else is on. Okay, let's go ahead and move the start valve open there. N2 rising. Let's hope we can start up here. Let's hope this works out. Okay, fuel on. please give me fuel flow. Hopefully this works.
Locking gear.
Doesn't look like we have fuel flow still. What is going on? Start pump? Engine start pump is on. Okay. Let's use the autosave quick edit there. Let's get rid of the AI traffic. Boy, I can't believe you're having these issues. This really sucks. Let's try to start up number 1 there and see if that works at least. Okay, starting number 1, fuel on. Yeah, seat back. It's awesome. It's a pretty good aircraft for sure. I don't think these problems that I'm having are representative of the add-on in general. I think I'm just having problems because I'm probably screwing something up here. I don't know what. Nope, still does not want to start up. What is going on here? What is going on here? Gonna shut off there, and what I'm gonna do, release the parking brake so we can push back, and let's go to ready to fly. Are we not pushing back? What's going on? Oh, what is going on? Why is the door and everything open? 1 second. Chocks are on, that's why. Everything is... I should have gone to the external cam there to see what was going on. Okay, we're pushing back. Let's go to ready to fly and see if that works. Oh god, it's not working. What is going on with this airplane? Why is this not working? I don't know what's going on. Cold and dark. Ready to fly. It really does not want to start up for some reason. I don't know what's going on. It really does not want to start. This is really unfortunate. William says, man, these videos and streams are really making you consider reinstalling P3D. Are you sure there, William? Because we're having a ton of difficulties with the airplane here. There is an isolation valve. Yeah, totally. So the isolation valve, you know, I had it open for the engine start, but it doesn't want to start. Something's wrong with this scenario in particular. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna select the F-22 once again. Give me a second here to do that. Actually, you know what? Let's do the Robinson helicopter. Let's do something really simple. So I'm just gonna load up a really simple airplane here. And let's see if he can't get the start bug sorted out. Okay, the engine is started up in this airplane. Okay, that's good. Now here's what we're gonna do. Just gonna wait for it to completely start up. All right, folks. This is your first clue that the stream has gone totally off the rails. We've now gone from an F-22 to a 717 to a Robinson R-22. I think we're doing great. Okay, now, actually, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna change the scenario now, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna load up. Actually, you know what? Let's just try and change vehicles here. Let's go to the TFDi 717. Well, seatback, I think it's an issue with the state of the sim, and the reason I think that is because there's an option on the pseudo EFB to actually select ready to fly state, and that's not working. So that's why I think there was something wrong with the state of the sim itself, because you know. Oh, okay, sim crashed. You know what, if we load up here, we're gonna load up a completely new scenario. I'm not gonna load that old scenario. So we're gonna have to load up a completely new scenario because we just had a sim crash. Clearly, you didn't like the state of the sim. I am gonna finish this flight today, folks. I promise you. I want to do. I want to finish the trifecta and finish up a flight with a 717. so we're gonna finish up with the 717 today. Just gonna load up active sky. Gonna load up P3D, and we're gonna do this. We're going to finish up with the 717 today. I'm just going to start from scratch. I think the mistake I made was loading the saved scenario, and whatever bug was in the in the state of the airplane before I saved it, I think that carried over when I reloaded that save. So what I want to do is start from scratch. I'm sorry, let me go to my B right back screen there. Seatback was looking at the manual. ISO valve open, bleeds auto. There you go. Seatback, whatever you were dealing with on your stream is definitely contagious. We've gotten the seatback pocket 727 cooties here. We're definitely having some issues with loading this airplane up here. If this doesn't work, tell you what, I'm gonna leave it up to you folks, and we can go back to one of the other planes we were flying. So if this doesn't work on this attempt here to load this up, I will put a poll in chat, and we can decide between whether we want to finish with the DC-9 again or whether we want to fly the MD-80. If we can't get the 717 to work. How about that? William, the other two planes were the MD-80 and the DC-9. So essentially the point of the stream, right, was to explore the history of Hawaiian Airlines inter-island jet service. So Hawaiian Airlines, by the way, is one of the oldest airlines in the United States, right? So they started way back when. And they started off with these old flying boats. So they had a bunch of Sikorsky flying boats that they would land on water, and they were amphibious too, so they could actually, be stored on land, taxi onto the ground, onto land and be stored on land. They started off with flying boats, then they advanced to the Convair 340. They flew the Convair 340 until 1966. And then in 1966, they acquired their first DC-9, and they inaugurated jet service in the Hawaiian Islands. So they flew the DC-9 from 1966 until 1981. In 1981, they acquired the MD-81. And then they flew the MD-81 for about a few, for... What I heard was they flew the MD-81 until 1990, but honestly, it wasn't a very good fit for their fleet because it was, the capacity was a little excess on the airplane. There were far too many seats for the kind of inter-island service that Hawaiian was looking to serve them on or use them on. So essentially, because of the excess seat capacity in the airplane, and as well given the financial situation of Hawaiian Airlines in the late 80s, they decided to get rid of the MD-80s, and they actually went back to the DC-9s. So they continued flying the DC-9s until 2001, and then in 2001 they acquired the 717. So really kind of interesting history there with Hawaiian Airlines. Okay, sim is loaded back up. Now I'm gonna load up I'm gonna load everything up from scratch here. I'm not gonna use a save scenario. There you go, seatback. Well, I'm glad at least that there's a little bit of entertainment from watching me suffer through this on stream. I'm glad there's a little bit of entertainment factor there. I'm actually going to load up right on the runway here, folks. I just want to get going. I don't want to go through an entire long drawn out process here. So we're just going to load up on the runway. 17. Actually, that puts us on the whole short line. That's great. Okay. All right, let's load up here. Okay, what time is it in Hawaii? It's 3 hours behind, right? So it's about 4 p.m. Let's do 3. That should be good enough. Okay, sim is loading up now. Or the scenario is loading up now. It's a completely brand new scenario. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. We'll see what happens. Default state. trying to work out thing with the TFDi menu here. But anyway, so going back to the history of Hawaiian Airlines, so in 2001 they acquired the 717s for their fleet. And ever since then, you know, the 717 has been a mainstay of their inter-island fleet. And there's no shortage, if you look this up online, of articles in the aviation press talking about what a perfect fit the Boeing 717 is for Hawaiian's inter-island operations. It's just the perfectly sized airplane. You know, it's got the perfect seat capacity. It does really well on the short haul, you know, inter-island routes that Hawaiian flies them on. It's the perfect fleet, or the perfect aircraft for their inter-island operations. Okay, sim is loading up. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Let me go back to my P3D scene here, and let's hope this worked. Just gonna send fuel to sim, send payload to sim. There we go. Okay, ready to fly. And I hope to God this works now. I hope to God this works. Are we still having the same issues? No! Oh my God! Look at this. It's working. Hallelujah, folks! It's working. It's working. It's actually working. Oh my God. Okay. Now the drawback here, of course, is that I've got to go through this entire long, drawn-out process of putting in my information in the FMC here. So bear with me while I do that. But hallelujah, it's working. Okay. Papa Hotel Kilo Oscar, Papa Hotel November Lima. Flight number is 217. Oops, flight number is 217. Cruising altitude, or cruising flight level is 200. Cost index, whoops. What the? There we go. Okay, that helps. Don't want to make that a 2000 cruising flight level. And PHOG, Maui is going to be our alternate. That's not a bad alternate to have as far as alternates go, don't you think? Okay, zero fuel weight is, what the? Hold on a second, that's not right. Send fuel to sim, send payload to sim. There we go. Zero fuel weight is 98.2. Yay, says Alex. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, what the hell? Hold on. 98.2. Zero fuel weight. Okay, takeoff CG is 19.6. Let's put that in. 19.6. Whoa, no. Hold on. Where did that A come in from? 19.6. Alright. Got that in. Okay, let's go to flight plan. Let's put in the SID here. It's just going to be a departure off of 3.5. You know what? Just for kicks, let's do the Amory 4. No, hold on. I don't want to do that. Never mind. Start again. SID is actually going to be 17, or departure runway is 17. Insert, and then I want to put in the Kona BOR. There we go. And then I want to put in the Victor 20 airway to HOKLA. Victor 20 HOKLA. HOKLA. Okay, there we go. Insert, and then I go back to flight plan. Correction, I go down the flight plan. I go to that there. I go to star, and I'm going to put in the Joule 5 arrival. HOKLA transition. We're going to do the ILS 4 Zulu. 4 right Zulu, rather. And let's go ahead and insert that. And let's check on things here. Okay, no discos. Everything is connected. I'm super happy about that. Alright, this is all looking great, folks. Let's go to the takeoff approach page here. Let's put in a flaps 13 takeoff. Let's put in a flex temp of 45. And Lokestar, if you're still on, let me know what the situation is online. Let me know what the situation is. If there's no traffic, you know, I can probably hop back into VATSIM. Whoa, what just happened? Takeoff approach. 0/4, that's good. Okay, 28 degrees Celsius is our outside air temperature. 1 second. 28C. Okay, V speeds. 127, 134, 140. It's takeoff stab trim is going to be 4.5. Let me go ahead and set that. Jason Zhang says you got a 9600K with the 2070 Super. That's awesome there, Jason. It sounds like you got a pretty banging system there. Okay, That's all set. Last thing I want to do is set up my autopilot. I had to step out, says Lokestar. Hey, no worries at all, Lokestar. It's all good. Lokestar, I was just asking if you're still on VATSIM, what the situation is. Set my heading bug there to 280 for now. Okay, once again, we're going to climb out a runway heading to 500 feet, then a right turn to join the flight plan route. That's basically it. Okay, we're all ready to go here. Let's go ahead and hide that pseudo EFB away. And let's see, 122.8, squawking mode Charlie. Everything is on here. Strobes are on, landing lights are on. We're ready to go. Let's create a save point. Let's take a swig of Kona coffee here real quick, folks. Let's take a swig of Kona coffee. This is a live shot from inside the cockpit of your Intrepid streamer. This is your first, actually, this is your probably umpteenth face reveal that involves multiple face reveals off your Intrepid streamer, imbibing tons of Kona coffee and getting ready for takeoff here. Let's take a swig of Kona coffee here. There we go, there we go. Gotta chug that coffee, and we're good to go. Okay, let's get going here. Alright, folks, let's get going. Parking brake released, and let's start taxiing out. Or let's taxi onto the runway and we'll get going. Shut down PFPX here. Oops. Let's hang a right, or a left rather. Okay, gonna line up here. Jason, if you're looking for, if you're still on, and you're looking for tips on flying the TFDi 717, I strongly urge you to disregard everything you've seen on stream today. Because I'm not doing the best job. This is not representative of the TFDi 717 experience. I guarantee you that. Okay, we're lined up here, ready to go. So we've got this weird MD-11 style autopilot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to arm the auto throttle by clicking on auto flight once. That doesn't turn on the autopilot, but it arms the auto throttle. So once I move my throttle levers forward enough, what's going to happen is it's going to go, it's going to go into the takeoff detent. It's going to clamp the throttle and set takeoff power. So that's what's going to happen. So let's go ahead and set takeoff power here. We'll get going. Oh, I totally forgot to sign back in advance. Let me do that here real quick. Hope to God nobody's on short final. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. Just gonna hop on VATSIM again. Don't ever do this, folks. Don't ever do this. Okay, we got Lokestar there. Nobody on short final. That's good. Let's get going. Kona traffic. Hawaiian 217 taking off runway 17. Right turn out to the west. Kona. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's get going. That wasn't the most optimal takeoff call there, but it's fine. Okay, let's set takeoff power. Throttle should clamp. There we go. Takeoff thrust is set. Takeoff flex, 45 degrees. 80 knots. Coming up on V1 here. V1, rotate. There we go, positive rate, gear coming up. I love those sounds in this airplane. They're so well modeled. Positive rate, gear coming up. Look at that. We're climbing out, folks. This is a really beautiful part of the Big Island, by the way. When we stayed at the Big Island, we stayed in Kailua Kona itself. Just a beautiful, beautiful part of the Big Island. And it's so laid back too. You know, all the islands, like I was mentioning, in the Hawaiian island chain are different from each other. And Honolulu, you know, especially Waikiki, it's a lot more hustle and bustle, right? It's really kind of bustling with tourists. Kona and the Big Island is just super laid back, you know. Sometimes you can go miles, especially in the middle of the island, without ever seeing another soul. And it's just really, really awesome. Okay, about 500 feet here. Let's go ahead and turn right to heading of 280. So let's turn right to heading of 280. Let's get the autopilot on at this point. Whoops, hold on.
Stabilizer motion.
I think I know what's going on. It's acceleration is, that's why. I forgot to reset that. Okay, now we can accelerate, hopefully. Yep. Come on.
Stabilizer motion.
Is the autopilot still on?
Kona Tower, American 221, departing
Stabilizer
runway
motion.
17, Emery for departure.
Autopilot.
Okay, autopilot is on now. Now we're accelerating. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's turn to heading of 300, let's say. Actually, let's do 3... Let's go to that heading, 340. Okay, let's arm nav there. Oh, we've got a nav 1 right now. Okay, that's great. Okay, so it's going to intercept the flight plan route. So that's great. Okay. Traffic, data, Kona traffic, Hawaiian
Stabilizer motion.
217, type 717. We're departing the area to the west, Kona. Okay. Let's go and get the flaps up. Alex, I'm going to answer that question in just a hot minute here. Okay, slats retract. And we've cleaned up the airframe. Gear is up. Let's go through our after takeoff checklist here real quick. Where's the after takeoff checklist? There it is. Okay. Landing gear is up. We can turn off the... 1 second here. 1 second. I've got to do something real quick because the airplane is going to start doing some funky things here if I don't address this right away. Let's go direct to Andis. There we go. There we go. Direct to Andis. The airplane was starting to turn back to Kona, which I didn't like. Okay, but we're doing great here. Let's go ahead and retract the nose light there. There we go. And we're climbing up to flight level 200. That's good. Let's go to profile mode there. There we go. Okay, so everything is in magenta on the FMA there, so that's what I want to see. Everything is looking good to me. Forgot to get the weather radar on earlier. Let's get that on right now. All right. Okay, things are working out, more or less. I wanted to answer Alex's question. Alex, this scenery that you're seeing right here, all these Photoreal textures for the Hawaiian Islands, this is if you search on Google for Hawaii Photoreal, P3D or FSX, you will find a group that actually does completely freeware Photoreal textures covering the entire Hawaiian Islands. And it's super cool. So they cover, the Big Island, obviously, Molokai, Lanai, Maui, Kauai, Oahu, all the Hawaiian Islands. There's a number of volumes that you have to download, but if you just go to Google and you search for Hawaii Photoreal, 2 words, Hawaii Photoreal, you can find all these free kind of Photoreal scenery packages for the Hawaiian Islands. In fact, by the way, for those of you that are X-Plane users, I believe they also make an X-Plane version of all their Hawaii Photoreal volumes, their scenery volumes. So I strongly recommend checking them out. They're really, really good. And it's always good to support freeware developers like that, that do great work like that. You can donate to them if you want to as well, right? They do have that option available. And for a donation, by the way, they also give you improved versions of their freeware scenery. Let's go through the after takeoff checklist here. Hydraulic, aux, and transfer pumps are off. APU is off. Flaps are up. Flaps takeoff selector is stowed. Spoilers disarmed. And EAD checked. Okay, we're all good there. Let's get the seatbelt sign to auto here, since we're through 10,000. And we're climbing up to flight level 200 there. You think you found it? Awesome there. Alex, do you mind, if you don't mind, Alex, can you put the link for the website in chat so I don't have to find it? If you don't mind putting that in chat, I'd be incredibly indebted to you. Thanks so much. because it's a fantastic scenery. And besides Hawaii Photoreal, I've listed in the description of the video the payware sceneries that I'm using. So we're flying to Honolulu. I've got the Orbx Cityscape Honolulu scenery, which is really, really awesome. Full Photoreal coverage for all of Waikiki, Diamond Head, etc. And as well, I've got a whole bunch of FS Dream Team Hawaiian airport sceneries. So Kona, that we just departed from, Hilo, what else? Hilo, Maui, which we departed from earlier, Honolulu, which we're going to arrive in, and of course Kauai, which we departed from earlier. So pretty much all the major, airports in the Hawaiian Islands are covered by FS Dream Team sceneries. There's 2 volumes, if I remember correctly. So there you go. Okay, and you can actually see Lokestar, Omar, on the radar there. So there's Omar's TCAS. Omar showing up on TCAS there. He's right behind us. And I think with those super powerful engines on the Airbus Neo, he's probably gonna outclimb us and overtake us in a hurry here. That would be my guess. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Alex. I think I know why. Because I don't have the option for anyone besides mods and myself putting in links. So I'm just going to put it in myself. Give me a second here to find it. Give me a second here to find it. There we go. Just found it. Going to put the link in chat. Thanks for doing that, though, Alex. I do appreciate it. There it is. There's the link to Hawaii Photoreal. It's really, really good. Strongly recommend checking them out if you're looking for freeware scenery for P3D or X-Plane. Actually, they do X-Plane as well. By the way, that reminds me, like I mentioned, I've actually done some flying IRL in a tiny little 172, of course, in the Hawaiian Islands. And the North Shore of Molokai in this scenery is so well rendered, it almost looks like it in real life. So let me see if I can pull up a picture from flying IRL along the sea cliffs of Molokai. Let me give you a second here to find it. I have some great pictures from flying IRL in Hawaii. But most of those pictures are on my MacBook and on my iPhone. So I can't pull them up on a PC. I've just got a few pictures that I've exported to my PC that I can try and pull up here. So give me a second here to pull that up real quick. There we go, that folder, and let's see if I can pull up a picture from flying along the North Shore of Molokai here. There we go, there's the picture I want to show you. So let me go to my desktop capture scene. I'm going to show you this here real quick. Yeah, so this is Kaylin. How's it going? Kaylin, with the appropriate call there of Kalaupapa. So this is actually right over the Kalaupapa Peninsula from a 172, and you're looking at the North Shore of Molokai over there. So these sea cliffs are some of the most spectacular sea cliffs on the entire planet. They rise up to about 3,000 feet. And so I actually had the chance to fly along these sea cliffs in a 172, which was just the most breathtaking experience of my life, to be honest, in a small airplane. This was just absolutely spectacular. I'm going to find another picture here real quick of the actual Kalaupapa airport itself. It's such a fascinating little airport to fly into. Give me 1 second here to find a picture. My pictures on my Windows PC are not very well sorted. Give me a second here to pull it up. So here it is. So this is Kalaupapa Airport. Let me zoom in here real quick. You can actually see that lighthouse right there. That's the Kalaupapa lighthouse. You've got this kind of rocky outcropping, which is basically lava, right? And this airport is one of the trickiest general aviation airports to land at because it's always windy over the Kalaupapa Peninsula. And sometimes when the wind is really strong, what it does with all these rocks and lava flows and these outcroppings of rock here, what it does is the wind kicks up the spray from the ocean. And so there are times if you're landing at this airport where you're coming to land at one end of the airport, you actually can't see the other end of the airport because it's obscured by ocean spray. It's one of the craziest airports to land at. This was on a relatively calmer wind day. It was still windy, but it was relatively calmer. But a lot of days, the sea spray will actually kick over the top of one end of the runway or the other. It's really quite something. So that was one of the, really cool experiences of my life. I was super glad to kind of check that off my bucket list, flying around Hawaii. Okay, coming up on our top of descent here in a little under 40 miles. So let's go ahead and start setting things up for our approach here and our descent into Honolulu. So I'm very quickly here going to pull up my iPad on screen so I can mirror the iPad and talk you through the charts and all that jazz. Give me a second here to do that real quick. Got to pull up my Air server client.
Are you crossing fires right now?
I'm about 5 miles from fires.
I'm a little less than 20 miles.
Okay, great. I'm doing Mach 0.65, speed 300 knots.
You'll be fine because I'm a 0.62.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thanks, Omar. Okay, I'm gonna mirror my iPad here. Sorry, folks. This is always a bit of an effort. Just getting everything set up for our approach briefings. We love our approach briefings on this channel. We love our departure briefings for that matter too. 1 second. Where is... Oh, there it is. Okay, Streamlabs window. Okay, iPad is being mirrored on screen. There we go. All that is great. Let's check in with our check captain real quick. Let's make sure that he's ready for our approach brief. So let's check in with our check captain real quick. Yeah, he's still, man, he's still working on that popcorn. It's like an endless bucketfuls of popcorn that he's able to get his hands on somehow. I don't know how, but yeah, he's still working on that popcorn. Okay, let's go ahead and do our approach brief here. So the weather at Honolulu, I suspect it's still windy. I suspect it's still windy at Honolulu. Yeah, it's windy. So it's 080, the winds are 080 at 19er, gusting to 24 knots, visibility 10 statute miles. Totally, Alex. Yeah, he's very, very attentive. 10 statute mile visibility, few clouds 2600, scattered 4600, scattered 7500. Temperature 26, dew point 19er, altimeter is 3003. So we've got the weather at Honolulu. Okay, and we're going to be arriving via the Joule 5 arrival. So HOKLA transition, we passed HOKLA and fires already, as you can see. We're on to Chrissy. After Chrissy, we've got Jorda. After Jorda, we've got Joule. Turbojets can expect to cross Joule below 14,000. And after Joule, we're on to Alana. I'm going to roll my altitude selector here down to, let's say 8,000 for now. Let's put in 8,000. The aircraft should automatically initiate a descent since we're in profile mode at our top of descent. Okay, so from Joule, we'll go on to Alana. At Alana, we can expect vectors for the final approach course. We're going to land with a crosswind today on 4 right. So at Alana, essentially, we're going to... So this is the ILS Zulu runway 4 right. Let's brief the routing here. Let's brief the approach plate, rather. The ILS identifier for the localizer, India Uniform Mike, frequency is 110.5, final approach course 042. Let's go to the nav rad page here. Let's make sure we got everything set up. I don't have it set up yet. 110.5, and the CRS course is 042, so let me put that in. 042. Okay, that's set up. That's great. Identifier checks, that's good. Okay, coming up on our top of descent in a hurry. But, okay, from Alana, we're going to fly the 13.9 DME arc to Yepku. 13.9 DME from Honolulu VOR, of course, to Yepku. And the minimum altitude there is 3,000 feet after Alana. At Yepku, we can descend down to 2,000. Then after Debris, which is 9.4 DME, we can descend down to 1,500 at Pearly. Pearly, I think, is going to be our final approach fix. Indeed, it is. At Pearly, we're going to head down the glide slope. Decision altitude is 209 feet, and I got to remember how to set the decision altitude in here. There we go. There's the way to set the decision altitude. Decision altitude is 209, so let me set that real quick. There we go. 210, that's close enough. Okay, that's set. and visibility minimum is half a statute mile. MSAs within 25 nautical miles of the Honolulu VOR is 4,400 feet to the right. Oh boy, I'm still confusing my east and west, folks. Jason, if you're on, I'm still confusing my east and west. Jason Jiang, that is, who's happens to be a real-world Falcon pilot, Falcon jet pilot, who also, like me, made me feel a lot better about myself because he also confuses his east and west. But 4,400 feet is the MSA to the west. Oh God, 4,400 feet is the MSA to the east. 5,300 feet is the MSA to the northwest, and 4,000 feet, let's see if I got this right, is the MSA to the southwest. Oh my God, I actually got it right. Hooray! Hooray! Kayla, I think I missed that message that he just put in there. It was retracted.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
By the way, we've got the sound commands working. Just to let you all know, we do have the sound commands working. So feel free to use those as much as you want, well, within reason, of course. In case we need to go missed, as we've started our descent here, in case we need to go missed, we're going to climb to 540 feet, then a climbing right turn at 3,000 feet on a heading of 220, outbound in the Honolulu radial 171 to the Alana intersection, which is at 13.9 DME from Honolulu, and will hold there. As published, inbound in 351 radial, right turns in the hold. Notes on this approach, DME or radar required. DME or radar required for procedure entry. VGSI and ILS glide path are not coincident. VGSI angle is 3 degrees, so we got all that. And let's see. We're going to be landing on 4 right today. We're going to have a crosswind from the right on final. 9,000 foot runway. We're going to be landing with, let's see, let's go to the takeoff approach page. We'll do a flaps 40 landing today. Final approach speed, 140, VREF 135. I think with the auto throttle on, we can do VRF +5. So I'm going to leave this as is, despite kind of the gusty winds, because I think that's the way you do it in the 717, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll leave that as is. So that's all set. And let's see. We're below transition there, so let me reset altimeter 3009er. I think that was the altimeter setting in Honolulu, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check real quick. 3003. I was totally off. 3003. Okay. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. 3003. Okay, so we're gonna vacate if we can on Kilo, cross 08 left, and then we'll taxi to the Inter-Island Terminal via Kilo, Alpha, Golf, and park at the Inter-Island Terminal. So that's going to be it. That's basically our approach brief. Any questions? Let's check with the check captain here in just a little bit once I got the iPad and all that stuff hidden away. Give me a second here to do that. The iPad is consuming precious, the iPad mirroring is consuming precious computer resources right now. And with the scenery complexity of Orbx Cityscape Honolulu and FS Dream Team Honolulu, I want to get rid of that as quickly as I can. Okay, let's check in with our check captain real quick. Let's see what he thought of that. Of that approach briefing. Let's check in with him real quick. Let's see what he thought. Oh, look at that. How about that? Apparently, he felt that was a mic drop moment. That's always good to see. And now he's going back to the running man dance. He's really ready for this landing and approach, folks. He's apparently super happy about crosswind landings, and now he's back to eating popcorn. All right, let's go ahead and set things up here. So we got the approach page set up. That's all set there. That's good. Let's go ahead and take a look at our checklist here for the descent. Altimeters cross-checked, minimums cross-checked and set. Landing data verified, approach briefing is completed. The aux and transfer hydraulic pump switches can come back on at this point, so let's get those both back on. And ice protection is set. The seatbelt sign can come on at this point. Seatbelt sign coming on. Oops, there we go, seatbelt sign on, and a descent check is complete. Let's do our approach check here. Flight and navigation instruments verified both sides. Cabin notification, let's go ahead and do our cabin notification right now, actually, so we don't forget. There we go, cabin notified. Altimeter's 3003 set and cross-check both sides, and approach check is complete as well. Okay, we're descending through 10,000 here in just a little bit. I totally forgot to turn my landing lights off. I totally forgot to turn my landing lights off about 10,000 earlier. So for those of you who don't remember this, both the DC-9 and the MD-80 obviously have extendable landing lights, and of course the Boeing 717, being the MD-95, being a derivative of the DC-9 family of aircraft, has the same landing light configuration. So you've got the extended landing lights there. So yeah, those landing lights were really contributing to a considerable amount of drag, obviously, during our cruise at flight level 200. No wonder the engine was running harder than it normally does, right? Fabian Paloma, how's it going? Fabian, I haven't seen your name in a while. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for hanging out today. Yeah, it's a pretty nice view for sure. I love the new Hawaiian Airlines livery. You know, you've got the you see the lei that's painted on the fuselage? It's like a flower pattern in gray. That looks really good. I felt it was a really good livery even before, but that lei on the fuselage I think really kind of adds to it. It really looks amazing. Whoa! There you go. They got the sound effects working. That was Bill and Ted from from such hits as Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and Bill and Ted's Oh My God, It Happened. I've actually forgotten the names of the other two Bill and Ted movies. How is this possible? Oh my god. But anyway, that was from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Of course, we've also got exclamation mark excellent. Excellent! Also from Bill and Ted. Fabian says you're from Chile. That's awesome, Fabian. I'm from the west coast of the US, where it is currently 7:30 in the evening. Boy, this stream went on a bit longer than I initially planned because of all the the issues we were having with this airplane earlier. Oh boy. But we're doing well at this point. You know, we're continuing our descent at this point down at 3,000 feet. We're doing great. Is there any ATC online on VATSIM? No, it's just us right now. Okay, that's good. Alright, let's go ahead and decrease the range of the MFD map there. Okay, so we're coming up on Alana. After Alana, we're going on to Debris. I'm going to continue descending down at 3,000 feet here. Matthew 4, how's it going, Matthew? Matthew, I apologize. Streamlabs doesn't like all caps, but Matthew 4, I think, was saying something in Spanish to Fabian. Sorry, Matthew, try typing that message again without, yeah, there you go, without all caps. But good to see you, Matthew. I hope you're doing well. Fabian, Matthew happens to be one of your countrymen. He's also from Chile. And if I remember correctly, Matthew, you actually fly the PC-12, right? In Chile, IRL. Hope life is treating you well there, Matthew. Good to see you again. Okay, let's go ahead and, you know, I think I might need to get the speed brakes out here to help slow down a little bit. And this isn't like the Airbus, right? There's no such thing as an approach mode to be armed, or approach mode to be, what do you call it? To be activated in the FMC. I don't think so. Yeah, Matthew says you flew it a few weeks ago. That is awesome, Matthew. That is great. Alex says you're a Cherokee pilot, not as glorious as the PC-12. Well, I learned to fly on the venerable Cherokee. I learned to fly in a Warrior 2, which was super fun. Cherokees are, I think they're great aircraft. They keep you honest in your flight training. Part of the reason I prefer Cherokees to Cessnas, just in general, Pipers to Cessnas for flight training, is because you have, you know, you're much more aware as a pilot when you're starting out about the importance of fuel management and switching tanks. That's a big reason I'm a huge fan of the Cherokees and the Pipers during initial flight training. Okay, let's go ahead and descend all the way down to 2,000 feet here. And I'm going to go reduce my airspeed here down to let's see, 210. Sorry, we're having a little bit of a stutter here. Sim essentially pauses for like 3 to 4 seconds during the stutter. Okay, gonna slow down here to 200 knots if I can. There we go. And my speed brakes out. Indeed, they are. So I want to descend down to 2,000 feet as quickly as I can here. Is there such a thing as flight level change in this airplane? I think yeah, there is actually. And I think the way to do that is, yeah, there we go. Idle clamp down to 2,000. There we go. Okay, that's good. And I'm going to go ahead and arm the approach at this point. Click on approach land, land armed. There we go. That's all set up properly. That's good. Seat back, absolutely. Matthew Yu is awesome. So we did a stream in Chile once, and I remember Matthew Yu joined us on stream. So, by the way, Jason, I'm not, you know, I know you're always looking for folks to interview for your streams. Matthew Yu is awesome. Can't recommend him highly enough. You know, if you're looking for an Airbus pilot, by the way, one of my mods in the stream who's off right now, because he's from the UK, one of my mods, Ben Montgomery, he flies for an A320, an Airbus outfit in the UK. You probably know who they are, but he's a great one to check in with as well. I'd be happy to put you in touch with anybody you want if you're looking for folks to interview on stream who do some IRL flying in these more advanced airplanes. Okay, localizer, glide slope there. I'm going to go ahead and slow down to 180. We're capturing the glide slope. Let's get the nose light on there. I'm going to get the landing gear down in just a little bit, but we're joining the glide slope here, or we're joining the localizer and the glide slope here on the ILS full right at Honolulu International. There's another big stutter. Alex says you would agree you forgot to switch your fuel tanks and once used half a tank without realizing. Eventually you freaked out and switched to the other side. Yikes! Yeah, totally, Alex. Yeah, I've had my fair share of you know, what do you call it? I've had my fair share of scares related to fuel management in the Warriors, and that's why they keep you honest. You know, they scare you like that. They do keep you honest for that reason. Okay. What are my flaps at right now? I've got flaps 18, I think. Okay. Continuing to slow down here. Let's go ahead and slow down to our final approach speed. Gear down. We're going to do a flaps 40 landing. So flaps right now are at 18 degrees. Earlier they were at 13 degrees. Okay, we're slowing down our final approach speed here. We're going to disconnect the auto throttle in just a little bit. Absolutely, Seaback. Just feel free to reach out. Or you know, of course, you've also got Matthew in stream, so you can ask him directly if you're looking for a little bit of that PC-12 wisdom from Matthew, because I know he's got a ton of that.
Speed brake.
Forgot to arm the spoilers. There you go. Let's go flaps 40, final approach speed. There we go.
1,000.
Okay, we're all configured for landing. We've got the EAD showing green there. Let's do our landing checklist. Landing gear down 3 green. Flaps 40 degrees set. Spoilers are armed and EAD green bar is checked. Landing checklist complete. Okay, let's go ahead and disconnect the autopilot here. We got a crosswind from the right. Look at that. You've got Cityscape Honolulu scenery here from Orbx. You've got Diamond Head off the right side of the airplane, and all the buildings in Honolulu and Waikiki all along the shoreline there. That's spectacular. What a place. Okay, autopilot. Where's... Okay, let's disconnect the autopilot. Autopilot disconnected. I'm flying manually at this point. Getting a bit low there. By the way, I haven't flown into too many international airports IRL. This is one of the few international airports I've actually flown into IRL. because the FBO that I rented the 172 from was right here
300
at the south ramp
minimum.
of Honolulu International. So this was super cool, you know, because it's not very often you get a mix in with you know, fly with a 172 where you're mixed in with a bunch of like wide bodies and 717s from Hawaiian Airlines,
100.
etc. That was super cool. Okay.
50, 40, 30, 20,
Floating.
10, 5.
Okay, touchdown, decrabbing. And let's get the landing, or let's get nose gear down. Otherwise, the thrust reversers are not going to work. There we go. I don't think we can make kilo. I'm hoping we can make kilo, but I don't think it's going to happen. Actually, we'll be able to. We'll be able to. That's awesome. 60 knots. All right, folks. That wasn't the best approach for landing. I decrabbed a bit too late. Okay. And I totally forgot we were on VATSIM. I should have made my radio calls. Honolulu traffic, Hawaiian 217 type 717. We've vacated runway 4 right. We're crossing runway 8 left. And we're going to be taxiing to the Inter-Island Terminal via Alpha or Honolulu. Okay. Totally forgot to make my landing call there. Jackson, how's it going? Thanks everybody. That wasn't the best landing, though. That wasn't the best landing. I'm sure our check captain is shaking his head in disgust back there. Okay, speed brakes can be retracted. And yeah, we're going to taxi via Alpha to the Inter-Island Terminal. Once we park, we'll check out a whole bunch of replays and stuff. You know, I think that this airplane should configure the flaps and everything properly during the replay. So I'm going to go ahead and retract the flaps. You know, let's turn off the landing lights. No slide at taxi, that's good. And turn off the high intensity strobe lights there. There we go. So let's go ahead and taxi into the Inter-Island Terminal. Forgot to turn off the weather radar. Want to make sure we're not frying everybody on the ramp here. And yeah, we'll taxi into the Inter-Island Terminal. So here's a question. How many of you have been here IRL? I just love this airport. You got the big Aloha sign on the control tower there. Do you see it? I love this airport. Alex was asking, off the 3 vehicles, which is my favorite? It's the MD-80, Alex. But the DC-9 being a very, very close second. The 717 is not a favorite for me, and you know, it's not anywhere close to those two for one very simple reason, and that's because I think TFDi has not modeled this as well. You know, the Coolsky DC-9 is modeled incredibly well. It's got a tremendous amount of systems depth, and the Leonardo Fly the Maddog also has a ton of systems depth, but the TFDi does not have as much, and so that's why it's nowhere near in the same level of favorites for me as the other two add-ons. So in terms of what is my favorite, essentially it's the Leonardo Maddog, followed very, very closely by the Coolsky DC-9, and then kind of trailing off in very distant third is the TFDi 717. For kind of obvious reasons if you've been watching the stream since the beginning. Okay, we're going to head right on to taxiway Golf here, and then we're going to taxi via Golf to the Inter-Island Terminal. Jackson was asking, do I have my... I don't, unfortunately, Jackson. I do apologize for that. It's just not what I want to make my channel about, because, you know, people have asked me this in the past, and usually if I share my settings, you know, I just feel like that kind of makes my channel something that I don't want it to become, but just... you know, which is to have a whole bunch of discussion focused around specs and tweaks and settings. So I don't have that set anywhere. And the other thing, of course, is that I change my settings depending on whether I'm streaming, you know, whether I'm just sort of having fun in the sim, depending on, you know, what areas that I'm flying into. So it's really kind of all over the place. And so unfortunately, no, I do not. You know, I don't have my settings anywhere. Alex, indeed I did. Those previews looked absolutely amazing. Those previews were just spectacular. I can't wait. I just can't wait. I'm going to see if I can pull up the previews here in a second, because the pictures from the previews were just absolutely amazing. They were just great. Yeah, and thanks for understanding that, Jackson. I do appreciate it.
321 on ILS, runway 08 right.
Okay, and it sounds like Omar is landing on the reef runway, so he's going to have a very, very long taxi. He's going to have a very, very long taxi here to the Inter-Island terminal once he lands. Actually, he's got an Airbus A320, so he's probably going to the big boys club. He's probably going to one of the other terminals where you would expect an A320 to park. Okay, here we go. We're gonna stop here. We're not gonna bring GSX up rather. We're not gonna do any replays or any. We're not gonna do any deboarding or GSX animations. We're just gonna jump straight into replays here. So we're gonna watch Omar land real quick. It's gonna set things up in landing configuration for the replays. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch Omar land real quick, and then we're gonna check out some replays. So here's Omar coming into land on 08. Actually, no, he's lined up for 08 left, so he's gonna land on 08 left there. While Omar's doing his thing, I'm gonna pull up those previews of the Fly the Maddog, because this stuff. These previews look just absolutely amazing. By the way, there's something else I wanted to talk about here. There's so much good stuff out there these days. So much good news in the flight sim community and the flight sim world. But where were these previews for the MD-80? One second, I just got to find this real quick. Just give me a moment to find this while we watch Omar land there. There we go. Okay, there's the... Oh no, that's not it. I can't seem to find it, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. Sorry, folks. But check out those previews. I think they were on FS Elite. You know, they're probably on the Leonardo website as well. But the previews were just amazing. You know, one of their pictures was a picture inside the cockpit of the Leonardo MD-80 in MSFS. And they actually had a, you know, you could see the CRT screens there, right? And the reflections on the CRT screens were just amazing. Like, you could barely tell, you know, that it wasn't real life. It was just absolutely amazing. Mathley U4, yeah, totally. It doesn't handle... The vPilot client, I don't think, handles model matching very well between different simming platforms. And the problem with MSFS is I think there's very little model matching going on right now. So yeah, it's basically the default CRJ here. So you got Ford Island over there, by the way. That's Pearl Harbor up ahead. And if I zoom in here, you can see the Arizona Memorial. Can you see it? It's just over on the northeastern side.
I have to say the runway perspective from P3D to Microsoft Flight Simulator is so different.
Yeah, totally. I agree with that. But just on the other side of the USS Arizona, or the other side of Ford Island there to the northeast, that is the Arizona Memorial. You've got the USS Missouri there as well. That used to be Battleship Row a long time ago, right? So look at that. And this is part of the Orbx Cityscape Honolulu scenery, by the way. It's really well done. You got an aircraft carrier in the channel leading to Pearl Harbor there too. That's pretty cool. I did, Matthew. So I do have FLAI, but that doesn't seem to be doing the trick. You know, I think what's going on is that I don't seem to have, like, maybe I don't have an A320neo model that is model matching Lokestar's aircraft to. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, we're just gonna play pretend here and assume it's a CRJ, and we'll watch Lokestar land. Don't worry, Lokestar, you've only got 22 pairs of eyes watching here, including yourself, of course. This, of course, is the west side of the Honolulu airport. This is where you got all the military stuff. So you got a whole bunch of, it looks like C-17s parked there on the ramp. Look at that. And you've actually got a squadron of F-22s based here as well. As of today, I don't know if they're modeled in the scenery, but as of today, you've got a squadron of F-22s based here as well. There's another C-17 back there. A couple of them, actually. Okay, we'll watch Lokestar land, and then we'll check out some replays. Jackson says you're not able to send a link, but the images of the MD-80 are in threshold site. Gotcha. Yeah, that was a pretty nice landing. Looked pretty smooth there. That's awesome. Okay, we got to watch Lokestar land. Alright, folks. Let's go ahead and check out some replays here. So I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. Lokestar, thank you so much for flying along. That was super fun. I'm going to hop on the ChasePlane replay feature here, and we'll check out some replays. Alright. Jackson, I'll check it out later on the threshold site, because I can't seem to pull it up right now, but I'll check it out later. Okay, we'll pull it back to about here. That way we can get some gorgeous views of Diamond Head and Waikiki and all the buildings in Honolulu there. Let's check this out. Okay. So this runway right here, by the way, that's 08 right. One of the longest runways in the world. In fact, it's so long, this was actually a backup landing site for the space shuttle back in the space shuttle era. The reef runway here at Honolulu International. And then you got 4 left, 4 right. When I flew the 172 here a long time ago, we had a really, you know, the departure arrival procedures if you're flying small GA aircraft at Honolulu Airport are very, very interesting. So you fly a set, you know, prescribed set of, you know, VFR departure and arrival procedures. And the arrival procedure for the 4s, if you're flying, you know, VFR in a small GA aircraft, are super interesting. So if I'm coming in from like Molokai, which I was, essentially you actually come in from just north of Diamond Head there. So you fly kind of parallel to the highway. Actually, you fly directly over the highway that, you know, Highway 1 that runs just to the north of Waikiki and Honolulu. And you fly 2,000 feet along that highway, overflying that highway, and then eventually, if ATC clears you to enter the pattern at Honolulu, you basically you fly directly over the terminal building, the main terminal building, at 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. So you're starting your downwind at 2,000 feet above the ground, and then when ATC clears you to land, you basically, you know, drop like a rock. So I go into a side slip, I start dropping like a rock, and I somehow got to lose 2,000 feet and land on 4 left here at Honolulu International in a 172, which is actually really, really tricky. It was one of the most interesting landing patterns that I've flown in a small GA airplane. The other challenge, of course, I'm going to show you this here in a second once we back up on the replay. The other challenge is usually there's a whole bunch of airplanes, you know, taking off on 8 right, and you'll see airplanes taxiing on Romeo Bravo there in that taxiway. So ATC does not like you extending your downwind past this taxiway right here, Romeo Bravo. So what they will force you to do is turn base before this taxiway. So somehow you got to lose 2,000 feet of altitude, turn base before that taxiway, and still touch down on 4 right. It was really, really intense, but it was a lot of fun too. Yeah, that was a pretty nice smooth landing actually. Kind of happy with that one. That worked out really nicely. Okay, let's check out a tower view of that landing. I had the reversers going for quite a while there because I really, really wanted to make kilo. But let's check out a tower view of that landing real quick. All right. I gotta tell you, I really love the look of the airplane. You know, the 717, especially with this livery. Just, it looks really amazing. You know, I think basically it's got the same sort of dimensions, more or less, as the DC-9. You know? Of course, the one big thing that stands out is the bigger turbofan engines on this thing, but it really has really nice lines, and this livery just looks absolutely spectacular on it. Okay. Alright folks, this is the portion of the live stream where you tell me what view you would like to see next for our next replay. So let's figure this out. We might do a wing view. We might do a belly view. I like my, I love doing the belly cam shots here. Do I have a belly cam set up? I don't. Holy cow, okay. 1 second. Let me set up a belly shot here real quick. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. All right, let's do a belly shot here real quick. What do we want to see next after the belly cam view? Do we want to see a wing view? Let me know. Give me your thoughts. Give me your feedback. Give me your input. Okay. Let's do a belly shot here. Alex, absolutely. Thanks so much for hanging out so far, Alex. We'll look forward to catching you next time. You take care. Have a fantastic Thanksgiving holiday, my friend. Thanks for hanging out today.
Hey, that's pretty good.
There you go, Logstar. So I was still crabbed. You know, I meant to kick out the crab, but it totally escaped my thought process for some reason. I meant to kick out the crab and the flare, but I only ended up kicking it out after touchdown. But that was a relatively soft landing. That worked out pretty well. Okay, we want to do a wing view, right? So let's do that real quick. This is a good angle. Seat back pocket, Jason. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. We'll catch you next time. Jason, have a fantastic Thanksgiving holiday. Thanks for hanging out today, my friend. Look forward to catching you next time. Okay, let's do a wing view here. Trying to find the right angle. Sorry. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to improvise here. There we go. Because we wanna see Diamond Head there. There we go. We got Diamond Head. Okay. Got Diamond Head there, got Waikiki. Look at that. That is spectacular. Look at the breakers there, too. That's amazing. Alright, there we go. Touchdown, speed brakes. Got the old Continental hangar there. And GA parking here, by the way, or at least the FBO that I was flying at, is just on the other side of those hangars. It's a little bit further away to the south there, but it's just on the other side of those hangars, essentially. You got all the freight terminal, you know, the freight facilities here for freight airplanes that fly in here. Alright. See, is there anything else we want to see? I don't know if I have a GoPro cam set up. No, I don't, unfortunately. Okay, so that's probably going to be it. We'll go into some cinematic shots here, and we'll probably call it a day, folks. Well, I'm glad we got to do this. Like, as I mentioned, I've been thinking about... Actually, wait. Let's do a nose gear cam here. A nose gear view real quick. But as I mentioned earlier, you know, this is a stream I've been thinking about doing for a while. As I mentioned, I love the Hawaiian Islands. Love everything about Hawaii, actually. The people, the food, the culture, everything. And when I'm here, you know, I try to fly Hawaiian Airlines, you know, whenever I fly inter-island. And I've always been kind of fascinated with the history of aviation in Hawaii. You know, given its position right in the middle of the Pacific, you know, Hawaii is incredibly important, you know, in the history of aviation in general. You know, if you think about the Pan Am China Clipper, right, Hawaii was their first stop across the Pacific. But I've been thinking about doing this cool stream for a while, where we explore the history of inter-island jet service in the Hawaiian Islands, and kind of go through time, right? Start off with the DC-9 in the late 60s, advance to the MD-80 in the mid-1980s, and finally end with the 717 starting in the early 2000s. So I'm glad we worked out, you know, despite some of the technical issues. I'm glad we actually gotta do all three aircraft types in one stream. And this is probably, by the way, the longest stream I've ever had. So we just broke a record, folks. We're on 5 hours, 5 minutes and counting here. So we just broke the record for the longest stream we've ever had. Hope it was fun. You know, hope it wasn't too arduous. But I know I had fun. All right, let's go ahead and pull it back here, and we'll do one final replay with some cinematic shots, and we'll call it a day. As always, folks, I want to thank you all for hanging out. This was super fun. Hope you all had fun. I know I did. I am going to be not streaming for a while, probably at least a couple of weeks. You know, I'm taking the week off for Thanksgiving, and the week after that I've got a whole bunch of things to do. But I'm hoping to be able to stream again, you know, within 3 weeks, if not 2 weeks, right? But we'll see. In the meantime, I do hope that you all stay safe and healthy. Stay safe and healthy, and you know, follow all the CDC guidelines, precautions, you know, wear a mask, all that jazz. Keep your family and friends safe and healthy in these trying times that we live in. And I really hope all of you have a fantastic Thanksgiving holiday. Thank you so much for hanging out. Blue skies and tailwinds. We'll look forward to catching you hopefully in about 2 to 3 weeks. Y'all take care. See you soon. Bye-bye.